Come on in, ladies and gentlemen. It is Talk That Talk Tuesday. We got a great show for you guys tonight. Got a great panel for you guys tonight. We have a great conversation for you guys tonight. So come on in the room. We're about to get this thing started. Thank you guys again for being here. It's good to see everybody. Good to see everybody. Everybody in the back that's a part of the panel tonight. Thank you guys so much for being here. You guys are wonderful. Thank you for taking out your time. You could have been anywhere else tonight, but you chose to be here, and so I thank you for it. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we're going to talk from the book of Roe v. Wade tonight. All right, this is a conversation that's all around the news, all around social media, all around YouTube. There's conversation. This is a very sensitive conversation, but the conversation over here, you already know at Black Man Unfiltered Network, we're going to have that conversation tonight. We're going to have a conversation with a lot of intellectual people. You may see a lot of different faces in this place tonight, but all of them are going to be dropping jewels. All of them are going to be dropping dimes. And so I'm so glad that they're going to be here to give their part of their thoughts in the process of whatever is going on right now. Because the world right now is in shambles, especially the United States. I'm not going to say the world. The United States is in shambles right now. And so we are going to talk about it tonight. And I appreciate you guys for being here. All right. I'm going to let y'all jam it out for a minute. And then we're going to go right into the intro. And then we're going to get started. Let's go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for being here. We're going to go ahead and pop this thing off tonight. But before we do, there's a lot that's been going on around the YouTube streets. A lot has been going on around in the world. For the people out there that's being hated on, people out there that are going through their strifes and struggles, and people are talking about you and calling you out your name or whatever the situation may be, man, it only will make you stronger. I was going through something the other day, not going through something like emotionally, but going through something like a different information and looking at different speeches and going back and looking at the old heads that were talking about different things. And I found something that I wanted to share with you guys tonight before the show gets started, before I bring up play the intro to the show tonight. And I want to play that for you guys. It's real short, but I'm going to open the show up with this tonight because I think it's important that I do this. This is going to be very important. So guys, pay attention, listen to what he's saying. And this is why I stand firm in what this man's saying. When you hear his voice, you're already going to know who it is. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go.
I'm not begging you for your help. I'm asking you to help me. But if you don't help me, I'll do like my father. I'll petition God to send me somebody, and he'll remove you and bring better than you in your place. He is independent. So I don't beg nobody for nothing. That's my point. I don't beg you, and I don't beg white people. I beg God, and he's sufficient for me. Hear me now, beloved. I want you to understand how independent I am, yet dependent. Your help means much to me. But if I sit around and become dependent on you, where I got to be your man and do what you want me to do, and I become your servant rather than the servant of God, then hell, I'm your servant. But if I got to please you rather than pleasing God, then I'm telling you, we can all go to hell.
Mi corazón. Dump in the jump for the shit. All top when I speak, all cap with the speech till they caught up in the rapture. So out of line with the phrase game. Let's take a break, been a long day. Hit your line, what you fall through with the nightsticks. Maybe help me spark the ideas. We got nowhere else to go, it's only up from there. I've been on my own, just running through the fields. Hey, vivid for the ears, I know that's how they like it. Yeah, I fantasize it. Tell me that it's real when it's all said and done. I said it how I fit it. I let them hear the fear of a passive aggressive. Angry black man with a passion. Steady grip when I shoot to the stars with a full clip. Trying line with a loose leaf. Then I proofread till I lose sleep. Couldn't handle the truth, me get bed with the writing. Love at first sight shit, art over hype shit. Need a sound bite for the time capsule. Press play, they pause time for a bit. Smitten, I admit it, could they kick it? I'm in love with the fine print. Scribble type of shit they wouldn't find behind it. Why the suspicious behind the eyelid? Tell a reckless with the clauses. Careful with it cost me. Need this shit forever, but I never ever stop until they put me in the coffin or they off me. Fuck niggas quick to auction, they false print. Always treat this shit with a caution. Hold the 10 toes down for the dogs, you can see the paw print. Searching for the answers in the bottom of the last strip of the handle. The beginning of the candle. Doing shit to myself, give me fears when I'm looking in the mirror. I'm seeing somebody else, yeah. Mi corazón es on my sleeve shoulder. Wrist thing and they rose gold and right glow from it. Couldn't pinpoint on the globe, that's why I wanted to go from it. Just know that I don't fit in, but I wanna feel everything, yeah, everything, yeah. Everything, yeah, everything, yeah. Everything, yeah, everything, yeah. Everything, yeah, everything, yeah. I got my eyes low with the sky flows where the rhyme flows, I don't really know just what we might go with the mind scope. So many things I never learned with my eyes closed. Too busy with the schemes on the telling of my dreams. On the rail, bitch, I grind like my life's on the line, hella wired. So fall through with the light sticks. We open up when the light flicks. On sight, yellow casseroles, everything around me. Hunting for the bounty. Wait, that nigga.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys for being here. All right, man. Listen, we're about to go into this thing tonight, and we're about to have this conversation. You know how we do it over here on Tuesdays. I can't bring anybody into my space without celebrating them as they come in. So I definitely want to celebrate everybody as they come in and as we bring them up. And so y'all know how we do it. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome you guys to the Black Man Unfiltered Network. But before we get started, everybody that's in the chat, thank you for being here tonight. That's in the sanctuary. Earl Owens, thank you for being here. Quincy Frierson, thank you for being here. Mel, thank you for being here in the chat tonight. And so many others that are going to be coming in. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Share this with 3 of the people that you love in your life, and share with 3 more people that you don't like so they can learn to cope with you. But I will say this, guys. Tonight's panel is on fire. So the first person I want to bring up tonight are the ladies. The queens are in the building. The classy ladies are in the building. The ladies that will tell you what you need to hear. But men, you don't have to have any fear. We're going to start right now with the youngest baby, a military baby, a one that went to the military and just did her thing. And now she's back home and doing her thing in her community, working hard. She's a mother. She's working. This woman is amazing. I've been knowing her all of my life, almost. Let's give it up for Queen Smiley. Is in the building tonight. Yeah, Queen, how are you doing tonight, Suge?
I'm doing well. It's a happy Tuesday.
Absolutely. It's so good to see you. Ladies and gentlemen, I have somebody else in the building tonight. She was also in the military and didn't play no games. And today, everything is still the same. I want y'all to give it up. Don't you laugh, don't you cough, because you got to know TJ Randolph is in the building tonight. Let's give it up. Yeah, it's good to see you, Suge. Good to see you. All right, ladies and gentlemen. This young brother I talked to last week, we were on a panel together. And he talked it out, he dropped enough dimes for us to have enough money to buy a house. I want to bring up my guy, Devil's Advocate, is in the building tonight. Good to see you, my guy. All right. Now we do have my guy in the building tonight. Y'all know him. Y'all know how he rocked that beard. Y'all know what he is. Y'all know who he is. The one and the only. Heek is in the building tonight. Let's give it up for him. Yes, sir. It's good to see you, man. Good to see you. All right. Now, Mr. Bennett is in the building tonight. His name is Mr. Bennett, and he ain't in it, but he's going to get in it tonight. Mr. Bennett is in the building. Let's give it up for Mr. Bennett. Good to see you, my guy. Good to see you. All right. Now we got the little man in the building tonight. My guy, my brother from another mother. All right. I ain't scared because he walking around yellow with a bald head. The yellow men are coming back. Let's give it up for yours truly. Mandrell is in the building tonight. Yeah. It's good to see you, Mandrell. Now,
for the record, I'm actually not bald.
Oh, you're not?
No.
Okay, we'll
not
talk about it
bald.
later. We'll talk about it later. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, hey man, this guy right
Why does
here.
everybody think that, by the way?
I don't know. Everybody think because you don't take your hat off, man.
It's my thing. You know,
They take the hat off.
everybody here's got a gimmick, so I figured I have mine.
Bruce Wayne to your Batman. I understand, brother. I mean, I love it.
Just saying.
But last but not least, guys, this guy's a producer. He does TV. He does video. He works for the NBA. He's at the Dallas Mavericks. He's on the staff for the Dallas Mavericks, recording everything that they do. His wife owns a bakery, and she got the best bunk cakes this side of heaven. Let's give it up for yours truly. A new face in this place. Byron Pendleton is in the building from Pendleton Studios. What's up, my guy? It's good to see you, my guy. Good to see you, man. Now, listen, we're going to have a good show tonight. It's good to see everybody. I want to know how everybody's doing, so let me lower the music a little bit. We're going to start with Devil's Advocate. Devil's Advocate, go ahead and introduce yourself to the crowd, man. Also, bro, do your shameless plug, man. Let everybody know how they can watch you, reach you, and get to you, brother.
All right. Are you guys all in the U.S.? I'm actually from Kansas City originally. Currently in Minnesota, freezing my ass off 8 months a year. Oh, sorry. Can we swear on here?
Yeah, you good.
All right. I went to school for economics, so I can kind of nerd out over numbers and statistics behind a lot of the issues we talk about. I'm a very analytical person, and I like to play devil's advocate. Even if I agree with a friend on something they're saying, I want to make sure that they're consistent and kind of like sturdy in their beliefs. So I'll always push back a little bit. So just because I'm pushing back doesn't mean I don't stand with you. I might just be kind of testing, and sometimes when I do that, they'll make a point that I've never even thought about, and that'll kind of reinforce my knowledge on some topic. So you guys will see that a lot from me when I'm on these panels. I have a channel. I like to talk about mostly current events. I do talk a lot lately about cryptocurrency because of what's been happening in the market, stocks a little bit. That's the econ background shining through. And in college, I was a track team captain. So I like, if you need a core or leg workout, I'm your guy. We're not very top heavy, so I'm not like a big bench guy like Mandrell here. But yeah, a little bit of a sports background. I kind of have a little bit of everything, a little economics, kind of a nerd. My channel is called Devil's Advocate. If you guys want to take a look, talk about crypto and current events mainly.
All right, man. I appreciate you, brother. All right, ladies and gentlemen, him versus her. If you want to come up, brother, I would love to have you on the panel. Just let me know, okay, and I'll go ahead and DM you the link, brother. But also, let's go ahead and get my boy Hink in here. Hink, introduce yourself to everybody. Everybody know Mr. Hink, the link. But for the people that don't know that's watching right now, Hink, introduce yourself, my guy.
Nothing special about me. Just a guy who enjoys having good conversation and being entertaining at the same time. But if you do want to see me, I'm on the Lapiffin on Sundays, usually about sometimes it change the time, but 12 o'clock Eastern, 11 o'clock Central. So just check me out there. Or you also in the description, I got my IG, so you can more than hit me up, and I'll be more than glad to give you a follow.
Absolutely, bro. That's Hink, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Listen here. She's sitting here like the Queen of England herself. We give it up for the mosaic herself. TJ Randolph is in the building. TJ, go ahead and introduce yourself and do that shameless plug. Come on. Hey, I got the military women beside each other tonight. I did that on purpose. Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for having me, Black Man Unfiltered. I am TJ Randolph. My channel is Mosaic with TJ Randolph. I haven't been on in a couple of weeks, so I'm refocusing and redirecting as to where I'm going to take my channel to. But generally speaking, I talk about things that some current events, some pop culture, but a lot of things as it relates to life, love, relationships, parenting, the things I did well and the things I didn't do so well as a parent and in the relationships, and how I changed some behaviors to enable me to get healed, one, and meet my husband at 51. So, and I'm 55 now. So that's what I talk about.
Amen, ladies and gentlemen. Amen. Hey, so listen, we got Mr. Bennett in the building tonight. Mr. Bennett is a jewel dropper, ladies and gentlemen. Don't let him walk past you. Those jewels that hit you on your foot and break your foot. He dropped them so hard. Mr. Bennett, thank you for being here. Oh, I got to get this hand clap for Mosaic. So Mr. Bennett is in the building tonight. Mr. Bennett, introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. I am a Gen Xer from New Jersey, born and raised. My greatest accomplishments so far is I've been able to be, I'm in my 26th year of marriage. I have 3 college-age daughters. And so I'm manipulating all of these spaces from Gen X to the millennials, and just operating in all these spaces and, just trying to make sense of the world in it. I've been certainly privileged to be in these spaces as a participant. And thank you to Black Man Unfiltered for having me in his platforms, and just trying to contribute, just trying to add to the conversation, different perspectives, and just try to be a contributor and be a positive influence in these spaces. So again, appreciate you having me tonight.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's Mr. Bennett. All right. Sugarfoot, all the way from Louisiana with a boy. All right, I seen this girl in middle school, high school. I done seen her grow up. She's turned into a beautiful woman. We're gonna find her husband within the next year. I already know somebody. I've already picked somebody out, but I'm gonna leave that out. I'm gonna leave it to myself. But we got Queen Smiley in the building tonight.
Thank you, Black Man Unfiltered, for having me. So family, we ain't gonna find me no husband no time soon. Okay, when it's my time, it's gonna be my time. I done been there, done that, and I'm just here to add to the conversation. I've lived, I've learned, I've loved, I've lost, and I've won again. So I've lived an interesting life, from being a young mom to running a successful career in the military, and now in my personal life. So I just love having passionate conversations about things that matter in our community. So just want to be a part of the conversation to kind of shift the narrative. From a woman's perspective. So my opinion matters, but it don't at the same time. You can take it, you can love it, or you can leave it. It's your choice. So
absolutely,
I'm here for it.
I appreciate that. And listen, that is Queen Smiley, ladies and gentlemen. All right, a woman about her business. Well, she also in the community, guys. Y'all got to check her out. She's also in the community. All right, so my guy, Mandrell, is in the building tonight. Mandrell, what you got for us, man? Introduce yourself to the people. Tell them about your show and what else you got going on, my brother.
Yeah, I have a show on Black Man Unfiltered Network every Wednesday night, 8:30 Central Standard Time, PM. What do you want to know? I mean, excuse me for chewing. I actually forgot to eat today, so it's the only thing I had to eat, and it's a fucking chicken wrap. I was on my way home. I had to get something. I didn't have time to cook, which is what I normally do. So well, I don't even really like fast food. I don't. It's not good. Anyway, yeah, former Special Forces weapons sergeant, cross-trained as a medic, seen combat in 5 different countries, a couple of different continents, served under some politicians, and advisor to a few of them, and worked for the DOD, where I did a whole lot of shit. And now I'm out, starting my own company. It'll be launching soon. Free Flow Athletics. This is a hat with the logo on it. That's why I wear the hat all the time. So it's my own product. This is a sample, actually. So
absolutely, man. Hey, guys, ladies and gentlemen, a man about his business, a man that served his country, a man that started his business. We appreciate your service. For you, Queen Smiley and TJ Randolph, thank you guys for being in that position to protect our country, especially coming from the color you're in. So I appreciate you guys. All right, last but not least, my guy Byron is in the building. When I first started this podcast, Byron came over here and said, man, let me show you how to hook some stuff up. And so, man, I really, really thank him for coming over here. I said, how much I owe you? Man, you good, man. Don't worry about it. So this is a great man, man. He's a great man. And again, guys, I'm gonna have to get y'all one of them. This man wife can bake a horse and make it taste like a cake. It's just wonderful. So Byron, introduce yourself, man, what you do, man, and tell us how we can reach you, because I know you have your own social media as well.
Yeah, oh man, hey, first of all, everybody, military, thank you. My brother was in the Navy, he served in the Navy. Aunt's uncle served in the Army. I'm just not that military dude. I couldn't have that dude yelling at me at 5 a.m. time I get up and go run some laps. But for y'all,
that's the best part, man. The yelling. It's funny. I woke up every morning and laugh at my ass off.
So just imagine being in the military with the last name Smiley. I got smoked so many times just smiling. I have to. It's ridiculous. They thought I had my nickname tattoo on my uniform. I'm like, no, that's really my name. So yeah.
Wow.
So thank y'all. I mean, I really do, especially being black and in the military. So thank you so much. But man, I'm just B. You know, and it's there for a reason. I own my own TV production company. I do anything that you see on television. Let me correct my man right quick, Dewayne, real fast. I do not work for the Mavericks. I have worked for all the national networks like TNT, NBC, ESPN, ABC. Any major sporting events you've seen in the last 10 years that have come through Dallas, I've done something with them behind the scenes. So, but I started my own TV production company. I'm actually in the process of building a TV studio in my backyard so that I can produce more of my own shows and teach other people of color how to do TV the correct way and not just go grab a camera out of Best Buy and just start shooting. So that's who I am, man. I'm just B. That's me.
All right, man. Hey, I appreciate you, brother. Hey, be in the house tonight. All right, man. Now that we got, everybody introduced and everybody up there, guys. Hey, listen, man, what we've been going through for the last week when it comes to this whole Roe v. Wade, like a lot of stuff has been going on in the world lately, guys. But this has been the thing that took the cake. Everybody's talking about it. There are a lot of angry people talking about it. And so I want to know you guys' thoughts on what you're seeing first from your view in the news, in the protests now, in the people at your jobs, the people that are just talking about it on a daily basis now. What is your view on what you're seeing? What do you think we're going after what you saw over the last week? We'll start with Devil's Advocate first.
All right. Unmute. All right. I've been seeing, so I'm 30 years old, a little background. So like when I go out amongst like my like social circle, it's very one-sided. Let's see, I don't want to say the V word, but like it's just like that. For the jab or any other political topic, you'll see in people's dating profiles, if you don't think this about this issue, swipe this way, like
right.
Like, and 95% of the time it's obviously liberal looking at my demographic. So what I see kind of on ground level here is just a lot of I don't want to say be cliche and say sheeple, but a lot of people just going with the herd and being controlled by fear and by shame. And I think our society has removed a lot of shame from a lot of things today, but one thing, they still know how to control people with it. So I see people trying to control the narrative rather than with science and facts, with shame. And that is a huge red flag for me when I see people talking about politics. So that's what I see amongst people my age, like mostly liberal views and trying to shame people into thinking what they think. And, if you don't, then they'll try and punish you by, telling you to swipe left on a dating app or, trying to have an argument with you until they realize you have facts and stats. And then they just kind of back off and hate you. So obviously those aren't the people I would add to my circle, but I've had the same group of friends for 12 years. I think maybe one of my like 8 closest friends I've made since college. I kind of have my day ones And then I'm just really cautious about that kind of stuff because of the indoctrination that has affected my demographic so much.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Hank, what are you seeing through your lens right now, man, on everything? We won't get to all the deeper stuff, but I just want to hear everybody's mind on what there's, when you're looking at the news, when you're seeing these people out here running and fighting and upset and mad. And I mean, what are your thoughts? What are you seeing?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I'm burnt out. I'm not gonna lie. I'm done with it. I'm sick of it. You know, it's ran its course with me. You know, truth be told, I mean, I'm done with it. I had a conversation today with my daughter about it, so it's like it further let me know I'm really burnt out. I didn't really want to engage too much, go into too much detail, or get into no fallout argument. You know, so I'm burnt out with it, man. Just like I said, I'm done. I really don't even care to even talk about it no more. It's just how much is I'm numb to it now because of everything that's going on. You know, so maybe it's a bad thing for me to be done with it. I don't know, but that's just where I stand.
All right, hey, that's where you stand, bro. So I want to bring TJ. TJ, what are your thoughts after seeing all the ramifications of this decision? What are you saying?
Well, I'm not going to say that I'm indifferent, because I think that would be a bit much. However, I do have mixed emotions about it. I don't find it's interesting because my point of view at 55 concerning that issue is quite different than it would have been just 10 or 15 years ago. So I'm not angry by the reversal, quite frankly. I think it was necessary. I mean, we can get into it a little bit later, but I really don't understand to the outrage to a degree. I guess I just really don't understand, and I thought that I would, but I really am not sure that I do understand it, the outrage. So.
Mr. Bennett.
I'm kind of like TJ. I mean, I live in, like I said, a variety of different worlds. I'm a Christian, so I have a conservative social circle that I operate in. But again, I'm also raising millennial children, Gen Y children. My thing has always been that of just practicality. Again, for me, the argument has been there, regardless of the decision. If they kept it, the same actors are still at play here, and everyone is arguing the point from their own silos, and it's to the point now where it's like a zero-sum game. I'm about compromise. I would like to see fewer, obviously, but I also want to be compassionate, and so I just look for common solution. But in these spaces, you're hearing such an absolute in terms of position that there's no room for compromise. So being a compromiser or being someone who can let's come to some conclusions where we can reduce the numbers and can be compassionate, your voice isn't necessarily heard in those spaces because it's all or nothing. And so, so that is, but that was there before this decision. Now it's just, I guess, for those who are the quote unquote victors, they feel more emboldened by their positions. And now you just see the other side now that, we're seeing more what's on their side. So I see a lot of people making points, but no one looking at the larger issues. And also in these spaces, a lot of points can be all true at the same time. And it doesn't necessarily mean that your position necessarily doesn't have value. It's not valid. But it's like, but if you don't co-sign on all your bullet points, then you are, you're looked at a certain way. So that's what I'm seeing. But I haven't necessarily seen that since the decision. I saw it before the decision, but now it's just those who kind of have the ball. They're kind of doing their victory lap on it a little bit. But this is going to continue on. So that's how I'm seeing it right now.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Queen Smiley.
So in regards to my circle, I work in human resources now. I'm a human resources manager, so a lot of conversations, political conversations, I not necessarily I can't have out loud, but I just choose not to have out loud in certain circles. So of course, me and my family and my friend girls, we all talk, and my personal circle, we talk about it. I feel like some of the panelists here, I don't understand the outrage. It's been a conversation that's been had. For quite some time. And there are some good points and some bad points. But as a woman, of course, I always stand on the the forefront saying it's my body. I get to choose what I do with my body and with my life. But as a Christian, of course, living to love life and being a mom who's never had to make a choice like that, who've had a miscarriage, and I still mourn at times to this day over that child. So just it's a whole lot that goes into it, but emotionally, I'm not really tied to the conversation. When you initially mentioned the topic, I said, "Oh hell!" Like I'm so overhearing it. I'm so over watching the news about it because I truly don't. I get it. You know, I get the decision, the fact that some states will have the power to well, not some states, but states will have the power to make that decision for some women. In some states, I just don't care for the political views. I live in Texas. Not the biggest fan of some of the decisions that Texas make, but I live here. So, you know, it's a whole lot. Yeah.
It's 4 Texans on this panel tonight. You, me, Mr. Byron at the bottom, and TJ Randolph.
You know, because all it does, it makes me think about secession and everything else. I'm like, Lord, Texas, you know, only in Texas, you know.
Oh.
They got some big ideas in Texas. The state just ain't big. They got big ideas over here too, you know, but that's a whole nother topic. But just a bit exhausted. But I do understand several sides and several points of it. But I still stand as a woman, owning that it's my decision. And women should have that choice. And situations happen, things change, and to take that away from some people, to have a choice, I think that's a bit disheartening.
All right, thank you for that, Queen Smiley. Mandrell, what do you have? What are you seeing right now? Like, as far as, you know, everything that you're seeing, what people are doing, how people are reacting. You know, what are your thoughts about the behavior of people after this?
Okay, I'll answer that question. I mean, it's just people are outraged because their right to choose has been taken away by government. You know what I mean? It's they may, whether you agree with it or disagree, you know, women want that right to have that choice. You know what I'm saying? So they're looking at it, well, who's the government to tell me what to do with my body? And they're not considering that there's a life form at some point after conception, there's going to be a life form inside your body. After it's become a life form, you know what I'm saying? You're choosing to, for the sake of the algorithm, I'll say terminate the life of another life form that's living off of you. You know what I'm saying? Whatever you put in your body, it takes a portion of it. You are, you know what I mean? A lot of women don't see it that way for some reason, but anyway, just to answer the question, that's what I see when it comes to people's behavior. They're pissed off because one of their choices have been taken away. Now, I'll tell you what people are not looking at, but the government, and to include the Supreme Court, is telling you and showing you right in your face that it doesn't matter what it has been signed into law, it doesn't matter what you're allowed to do or not allowed to do. They can change that at any given time. The precedent that this decision has set, that's what you should be worried about. Not necessarily what the decision was when it comes to this, but the fact that they did it. No pushback. That's what you need to be afraid of. Now, you might hear some zealots out there saying, well, what about they could, people being paranoid, saying they could bring us back to slavery. They could bring back Jim Crow. Well, they're not going to, but yeah, they could. That's what and they just showed you with a flex like that. They just flexed their muscle and showed you we could if we wanted to. So that's what I see, because I just see it for what it is.
All right, I appreciate you.
Yeah, just people worried about the wrong things.
All right, so Brother Byron, what do you have?
I think I'm unmuted.
Okay, there you go.
I see it. I see various things going on. I've had various conversations, women, men, Christian, atheist, Muslim. What I see is the church taking a step back and not stepping up. What I also see, the lack of leadership or too much leadership, and I'm gonna have to say it this way so you can understand. Too much leadership from old white guys that are never going to have a kid again, and telling younger generation of women what they can and cannot do. So those are the two big things that I'm encountering from my side, because that's what people are talking to me about.
I appreciate that. Hey guys, I have a late starter that came in. I think he just woke up. Ladies and gentlemen, all the way from Shanghai, China. What time is it in Shanghai, China?
It's 10 a.m.
10 a.m. in the morning. All right, so Shanghai, China, guys, ladies and gentlemen, we ain't signing in the building.
Salute. Salute to everyone on the panel.
Absolutely, man.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely, thank you for being here. So what are you? I was asking everyone, what are they seeing out of the lens of what's going on for the past week? What are you seeing? The reaction, the behavior of some people.
Okay. Well, I see two things, right? So the first thing I see is that I understand the outrage of people, because when you're losing an option, it's just not something people like, right? So I understand people protesting, and I do believe in pro-choice. I do believe in her body, her choice, because I've been here for 16 years, and here, evacuating someone inside you early it's nothing. It's not a big deal here. I believe in March, there's some statistic out there, in March, over 3 million of this type of operation happens in the month of March alone. So it's just not an issue here, right? However, from a government standpoint, a public policy standpoint, I do understand why that was made, right? America is becoming an aging population, and there's going to be a lot of stress on social services for people who are in their 30s, late 20s, and 40s, early 40s, right? There's going to be a lot of social strain on there, because it's just not going to be enough people in the workforce. So I do understand it from a government's point of view. And I do want to say another thing. As far as this being turned and overturned, we have to understand the Constitution is promoted as a living document. So it's going to change, right? Because they promote it as a living document. So these are the two aspects I see. I see one, people losing options, which, no one likes that. And number two, it's a government response to an aging population crisis.
All right.
That's it.
All right. Thank you for that, man. Now, I did want to start a discussion about one of the things, because I want to start at the root. I think that, the older people used to say, in order to understand a problem, you must first start at the root. Thank you, grandmother. And so what gets me is how it started, right? With the very beginning of this, with Margaret Sanger, right? Margaret Sanger was a very, let's just put it out there, we're unfiltered, very evil woman. Margaret Sanger had a plan for the Black community. She did. And she said, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna learn how to delete these babies. I'm gonna build a business to delete these babies. But the main customers we want to have are Black women. Now, when we get these Black women in here, we definitely want to sterilize them once we delete their children.
I believe the prescribed nomenclature was undesirables.
Yeah, that's what she said, undesirables. Absolutely. Thank you, Mandrell. And so she said, okay, let's start Planned Parenthood. She started it. The first one was, I guess everybody should know, was in Harlem, New York. The first Planned Parenthood was there. And then she moved on to another urban area, and then another urban area, then another urban area. Now today, tell me how many deletion clinics do you see in well-oiled machine neighborhoods, rich, wealthy people? They're not there. But if you go in the hood and you take a couple of left turns, you'll see one over there, you'll see one over there, right? Just right beside, right down the street from the liquor store, around the corner from the payday loan place, all the things that bring us down and put us into debt and damage and drunkenness and all this other stuff. So all the stuff that's built to destroy us, all is in one area, right? Because you don't see this in the people that in Texas, you don't see this in Frisco. TJ, am I right about it? You don't see deletion clinics in Frisco. You don't see you don't see liquor stores on every corner. You don't see payday loan places in the middle of the hood, in the middle of them neighborhoods over there. You're not gonna see it. You're never gonna see it. Mm-hmm. But if you drive to South Dallas, it's a payday loan place on every corner, charging people 200% on $250. You see the alcoholics standing outside the liquor store. These things are built for us to be where we are or where they're trying to put us. But anyway, Margaret Sanger said, I'm going to go to a Klan rally. And she stood on a table, ugly woman too, ugly woman. And she stood on the table and she said, I promise you guys, I have a plan. I just got to get them niggas to understand what the plan is. But I can't do it by myself. So she had an idea. I went down and talked to TJ and Queen Smiley, and they told me to get my ass out of their neighborhood. Get your ugly ass out this neighborhood. That's what the women did. They got on Margaret Sanger, get up out of here. Margaret Sanger said, but I'm gonna use their own people.
And she used the church to do it.
Yeah, she used the pastor.
Byron. Yeah, she used the church to do it.
She used the pastors. She used the nurses.
Okay.
She used the black
all
doctors.
You Christians. She used the church.
But
pastors.
All right, but she used all right, but we're not gonna just stay at the pastor. She used the pastors, people they trusted. So she used the pastors, the black doctors, the black nurses, and she had them go. There we go.
What's it say?
It says pick and choose Bible author, power hungry old white man.
Oh, pick and choose Bible, really? But yeah, we followed the Bible right into abortion clinics.
Now
we said the sterilization.
Right now, okay, all right. And so anyway, so if your doctor that you've been seeing for 10 years says to you in the doctor room and says to you and the nurse says, oh, it's fine, girl, you can delete those things now. It's okay, it's safe. If you don't want it, we'll take care of you. And they talked them into it, and the women started to do it. And when they did it, Margaret said, when those black women come lay on these tables, sterilize them. Take everything out of that you can to prevent from having more of the what's the word that she used, undesirables. Now, one of the things that blew my mind is that one of the women, Hillary Clinton, is a huge Margaret Sanger fan, and she said in one of her speeches that she loved everything Margaret did. Margaret was a staple in the world. She's a staple in the United States. She deserves all the accolades. She supports everything that she has done. Now, I don't know if Hillary read up on this woman or not, but Hillary, who you supporting for real? So that's where it started. And so I think that it wasn't meant for the white babies. I think it was solely meant to destroy the black community. But I want to get you guys' thoughts on it. Let's start at the root. What do you guys thought? I'll start with TJ. What are your thoughts on on Margaret Sanger?
I'm sorry, did I miss something? Did somebody say something?
No. Oh no, Byron, you had something.
No, I was about to say something. Go ahead. No,
go. Okay. Go ahead, TJ.
Well, I think when I consider this, it's very similar in a way. My point to feminism. What I mean by that is this: inasmuch as it was intended to target Black children, Black women to sterilize them, the unintended outcome for white people was that white women used it as well. The unintended benefit for feminism that was intended for white women, Black women benefited from. So I think these were unintended benefits that were not foreseen on either side. That's what I think about it, because again, it wasn't, it as much it was targeted for the Black babies, but the white women said, well, we can use this as well. So it benefited them. Same thing for feminism. It wasn't for Black women. It was for white women.
Yeah.
But Black women benefited from it. So these were unintended consequences or benefits, or however you want to use it. That's how I see it.
Yeah, because I read something that they said that it's been. We talked about it last night on Security Boss. Shout out to Security Boss. 14 and since 1960, Black women have deleted 14 million babies. Yeah, that's the number. She talked about it on her show last night. That's a lot of children. That's a lot of babies. But
hey, just before you go on, Black Man, I mean, you just saw something in the chat. One thing that's really going to hurt this conversation tonight is that people are getting sources from a lot of different places.
Right.
And so we're going to get all these numbers. You just said 14 since the 60s. Someone just flashed 60 million. So we're going to be all over the place with these numbers and whatnot, and debating and getting into minutia over numbers and whatnot. So I just want to call that out. I mean, I hope this conversation doesn't devolve into that, but but that's part of just the state of our discourse overall, is that everybody gets their sources. There's a lot of confirmation bias information. And then everybody just kind of comes to the table, and we just get into these debates over the thing. So I just want to call that out. I'm hoping it doesn't devolve to that. But I said, what you're saying from the chat is like everyone's going to put some source or some information, and no one's operating off the same book. So that's going to that's that.
Right. And anyway, just the truth be told, according to the CDC, no termination clinic is required to report their numbers. So you can have 13 or 1,300 yesterday and not report anything, or they could just report that they had 3. Like they're not required. Yeah, they're not required to report their numbers at all. They're not required to be accurate about the numbers. So the simple truth is, we actually don't know. Every number you see from your sources, no matter the source, it's just an estimate. That's the best way to take it.
And Mandrell, why
you know what I'm saying? That's why the number, like I was saying to Mr. Bennett, was like, that's why the numbers are all over the place like that.
And why are you giving your input?
Really has a real one.
While you're giving your input, go ahead and give your input on the other thing as well. Go ahead and give your input on how you feel about the beginning of this, how it started.
Just like anything else, you know what I'm saying? At that time, you know, everyone was trying to find a good way to handle their nigger problem, even though there was no problem. We had no power. We had no influence. No one looked at us as a threat, except people who had been convinced that we were a threat. You know, the elites, and I include members of government at the time as elites, because they still are. They even said it. Even the president at the time has said, and I did this. I quoted this on my show. If you remember, Black Man, if you can convince the poorest white man that he's better than the best black man, you know, he'll bend over backwards for you. Hell, if you give him somebody to blame, he'll turn over his pockets for you. You know, the first is, if you convince the poorest white man that he's better than the best black man, he'll let you put your hand in his pocket. If you give him somebody to blame, he'll turn his pockets out for you.
Right.
That was the actual quote.
Chris Rock told you.
Right.
Chris
And so it was everything that was done to us back then until 1964 and 65 was done strictly to harm us or keep us in the current position that we were at the time. We were not allowed to advance really as a group, you know. So I mean, what I think of it, it's and for the record, we ain't starting to put his out. I'm pro-choice, and it's for a completely different reason than everyone else here, and pretty much different reason from anyone else you're probably going to meet in life. Unless you run into another person like me, but it's not because I'm like socially progressive. No, it's a practicality thing with me. So I'm just putting it out there. So people in chat, bring your pitchforks and torches. Until you give me a chance to explain, but you know, that's how it is.
And so we'll move over to
go ahead
to Brother Byron. Brother Byron, I know you had your hand up and you was ready to get it in a few minutes ago. So what do you think how it started, where it began? You know, what is your mindset on it?
To me, I think the biggest problem we have is the lack of knowledge. Me being a broadcaster and studying in journalism, I totally hate the media, and that's my career. You don't have legitimate media people anymore. They all have an agenda. When when you got Rupert Murdoch that owns Fox, he only hires people that think like him, or he's paying them to talk like or put his word out there. You don't have independent broadcasters anymore. So like Mr. Bennett was saying, the numbers are skewed. And I had somebody tell me before, I can make numbers go any way you want. You just tell me how you want them to go. Right. If you want them to be blue, I make blue the majority. If you want them red, I make red the majority. There is truly a problem with the media. I will say that first. Second of all, the lack of knowledge. We refuse to go back and read or research. We waiting on the television when we turn it on to say, this is what it is. When a lot of times, and me being a broadcast journalism, all they do is pull, it's some call it ticker tape. They just pull the story off the printer, and then they highlight the most frustrating parts that's going to get your attention, and then they broadcast it for 5 seconds. And then that's what you take. You never read the before, like we do in the Bible. We never read the verse above it or the verse below it. We just read that one that captures our attention, and that's gonna give everybody the whoop-pow. And there's a whole lot of meat before and there's a whole lot of meat after, and nobody wants to read that. And that's the problem. That's the biggest problem that we have with this Roe v. Wade thing. And there's a whole other problem too, but we'll get into that later.
Right. All right. And I want to welcome Family Values to the show tonight. It is so good. It's good to see you. So before we move on to the rest of the fellas, I definitely want to get the ladies on this first, because mostly this is affecting the ladies. So we'll start with you, Family Values. How do you feel about the beginning of how this began and where we are right now? Is what the question that we're talking about right now.
Honestly, I believe this began, and I'm sorry for the lateness.
Oh no, you good.
And thank you for having me on. But absolutely. I believe this began with a group of men who started to thought about ways to control population, ways to control the Black community, ways to control. It's a class issue as well, and I believe this is how Roe v. Wade came about. They took advantage of the Jane Roe, and she died a pro-life advocate, regretful about what she did in the first place. And they used her. She ended up not even getting an abortion. And she said she lied about the fact that she was raped. Or I'm sorry if I'm not allowed to use that word.
You got to use great.
Great. Yeah, she lied about that. And a lot of bases that whole case was on was lies. It was a political move in order to, legalize this. So now we're here in 2022, and now we get to see justice, because that should have never happened in the first place. On the grounds, it was not constitutional. It should not have happened in the first place. And now we have justices that are willing to uphold the Constitution and look at these things that were based on very blurred lines. The foundation was not strong. Also, I just wanted to speak on what Mandrell said, because he said that, all of these abortion centers, they don't have to send in this the stats. So I went and did a little research, because I know that is partially true. And what I've come to find out is 46 states are required to report the abortions. They are 46 of the states, and those states give those numbers to the CDC. So the numbers we're looking at are majority. It's what we're missing, 4 states.
Okay. It's TJ.
Interesting. I just read something that said only 29 states report.
I think I can explain that.
So that goes to what we were just talking about. It depends
See what I'm saying?
where you get your information, because you can find anything to support your position, and I think we see that in politics all the time.
And I used to work for DOD in the CDC in Atlanta.
Well, and I work for DOD, and I work for
right. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, that's why I got my information.
So immigration. Yeah. So I mean, I get it. So my point being is that
these numbers.
I'm not saying that it's not true, but I just looked up, said that because there were several states that on the document I just read that don't report at all. And that's Colorado, interestingly, in California. And that's just 2 of them that don't report.
I bet there's a lot of them in California, I bet. But I wanted to just add a
caveat.
caveat.
It's not true. They may do it, but it just depends on where we're getting the information. It varies.
Well,
all right.
also,
I'll put the link in the back. I got my information for Good Mantra.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
One thing you have to differentiate is some states aren't allowed to report or ask the women why they had the abortion. And I think that might be the reason for the difference in percentages you guys are seeing. Because I know that's been a hot topic. The reason for the abortion, is it just an elective? Is it convenience? Is it, from grape, or is it from a medical issue you have, issue with the fetus? So I think that I remember there's been some uproar lately about they want to know how many of these are just a convenience thing versus danger to the mother type thing. So I'm sure there are some states who have to report how many are happening, but they're not allowed to ask the women why they're getting them.
Yeah, because the whole thing, like Family Affair, you said, the whole premise of this was, the base of it was weak anyway, how they won the argument, because it was based on privacy. You know what I mean? So why they're getting it, I'm with you. That's probably one of the things. But according to the CDC, none of them are required. They may report, but they're not required to. There's no actual mandate to require them to report it. And if there's no requirement, then there's no requirement to report the real numbers either. Like, there's no punishment for it or anything. They're not going to lose funding. So it's like, that's what I say, the numbers. And I'm glad Mr. Bennett brought that up. Let's not get tied into that, because that's why everyone's numbers is different and all this stuff. You know what I mean? The numbers are all over the place. There's no requirements for it. It never has been. So, that's where her source told her one thing, and Auntie TJ's source told her another. So, that's the thing.
To clear, because my communication wasn't clear. To clear it up, the 46 states that I named are the states they are required to report to their state. And then those states give that information to the CDC. They're not required to give that information to the CDC. It's the 29 that is required to give that information to the CDC. The rest are volunteer.
Let me jump in here right quick, because I want y'all to see how the game is played from a media standpoint. Governors manipulate numbers for a reason. Governors manipulate numbers to bring business to their states. Governors manipulate numbers so that those tax dollars will continue to roll in, so that you don't move out of the state or you move into a certain community. That's why you see redlining. That's why you see gerrymandering, because states want to control how those dollars are spent and who's getting that money. They don't do that. They don't do that just to be doing it. They do it on purpose. And when they hand those numbers over, and the TV and the media picks it up. It's why you can watch Fox News, and Fox News will say 10 million, and then you go over to MSNBC and they saying 20 million, because of the manipulation of the numbers and how they want the information to go out. So if the governor is like the one we got here in Texas, Lord help us, Greg Abbott, he's going to go to Fox News and he's going to agree with that 10 million. But if you go somewhere like California, where they're more democratic thinking and liberal thinking, they're going to go with the MSNBC number of the 20 million. So Mr. Bennett hit it right on target. You got to be really, really careful when you start giving out numbers, because I'm telling you, I've seen it in my career the whole time. Unless you're just talking baseball and football scores where you can't lie because the scoreboard got the number up there. Other than that, news media manipulates this all day, every day. So I wouldn't even go off of numbers. I wouldn't go to websites. You just got to do your own deep down research, and trying to find it in 5 minutes, it ain't gonna work.
And I've even seen it in the military. I've seen the people report numbers of like KIAs and watch them write something completely different down. You know what I'm saying? Seen it with my own eyes, just sitting there and watched it like, oh. And what can I say about it?
Yeah, and I think I'm glad that we have a group of people here, that military, government workers. We have Mr. Bennett on top of the game. We have Byron in the media world, right? Because he works with Fox and ABC and NBC, all these different people. And we have all these minds here tonight. So I'm glad that we have this. I just want to ask this. When it comes to, I think watching a lot of people, especially in the space that we're in. Queen Smiley said something earlier at the beginning of the show. When a lot of women are saying this line, "It's my body, my choice," right? It seems that a lot of people may have an issue with that, and let me tell you why. I've heard a lot of men say, "It's your body, your choice." However, and I'll start with Hink here. However, if I go out and I have protected sex with a young lady and we agree to have sex, if this mutual, and during that sex the condom just pop and you get pregnant, I say, listen, I understand what just happened. I understand that I don't want to be a father. And the woman chooses the woman chooses for him to be a father, but the father can't choose either way. And so when we say that, my question to you guys on the panel is, do you think that's selfish to say if a man's not ready to have children? Anybody can jump in at any time.
Bro. I'm gonna tell you like my mama told me.
Mm-hmm.
If you lay down, you got to get down. And the thing is, regardless of what happened, you made that choice when you lay down. So if she get pregnant, you got to get down and become a dad. If she don't get pregnant, you can walk away and y'all can go your separate ways. Don't make the excuse, the condom, bro. It's a man-made thing. And I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I come from a single parent home. Mother raised 4 boys. My daddy wasn't nowhere around. My mama is my daddy. I don't care how many people get mad about that, but my mom was the best woman in the face of this earth, and she taught me manhood skills that I don't even think my dad could have taught me. But the thing is, too many men make the excuses, especially when, I didn't want no baby. Well, yeah, you did, because your body get excited and it's gonna make something to make a baby. So you shouldn't have got down. You should have got up. And I'm not the biggest Christian. I'm probably on a level of 1 to 10. I'm probably about 2. But God gives you an out even before you commit that sin if you weren't married to it. Your phone will go off. He make you go soft, whatever it may be. He gonna give you an out. So don't give me that excuse, bro. Mm-hmm. Don't give me that.
I got some pushback for that if no one else has anything.
I got one thing. But go ahead, you first.
Yeah, if yours is one quick point, mine's kind of longer.
Yeah, maybe not. I want to hear your point of view.
Sure. So I think that with that mindset, there will always be dysfunction, and I think what he said is kind of like saying, I know the cure for HIV and AIDS is just abstinence and don't have sex until marriage. See, I'm a genius. No, I never, and anyone else ever think of that. It's kind of a back to front way of looking at it. I think with changes that we've made, that we've talked about over the past 50 years, we've created an environment for one of the first times in history, that a woman doesn't need to convince a man that she is a good wife to have his child very easily. There were always, pay for play type stuff, but I don't think it's ever happened on this large a scale. 60 million kids in 50 years. If you combine all communities. So with that mindset, my father had 6 kids with 6 women. My mom was one of them. And I think it's really hard for men in my position to be critical of anyone but our dads because of how much we love our moms. And it's for good reason. But, I was the 3rd out of the 6th. My dad was a drug dealer and the who's who star basketball player on his college campus. She knew about his the other girls he talked to some extent. And, just speaking from my situation, if you were a betting man, would you bet that he was going to own up and, choose me of the 6 kids and 6 women and, stick it out for me? I would probably say no. And I think there's a little bit of responsibility on that decision as to why I don't have a father in my life, and she tried hard to replace him and find another role model for me. And she tried to find a black role model for me. She always said, but it just didn't work out. That's a whole different story. She's very type A and preferred type A men. So that just usually didn't work out. But I think just saying, if you have a kid, you have to own up isn't going to get us anywhere because of just the way humans are, with like my HIV example. And there's no push. We've removed shame from society. So there's nothing pushing women to make themselves into great wives now. They have more access to wealth than ever as far as chasing a career and how easily they can support themselves. And they can get babies just more easily than ever from sperm banks and or men. If a woman wanted to get pregnant, how easy is it now? I mean, it's always been pretty easy, but that would be my point.
All right, before anybody else goes, just hold that thought. KP from KC5, thank you for the $1.99 super chat. All right, thank you for that, man. He said, how many Malcolm X's did we delete? And so to give us a little break, I definitely going to give you the computer guy. He's the shortest one. Here we go.
But it's a question.
Hold on 1 second.
I'm sorry. Do your thing.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Bennett, you was about to get in it. Go ahead, brother.
It's a ridiculous question, and I hate when we throw these out, because how many Malcolm X's has there ever been ever? There's one Malcolm X. There's one Muhammad Ali. All right? There's one, I mean, there's 7 billion people on the planet, but there's only been one Malcolm X. But then every time this comes up, people talk about, well, how many Malcolm X's? Like as if we were supposed to have hundreds, if not thousands of Malcolm X's born in this 50, 60 year period. So again, we ask ourselves in these bubbles, these rhetorical questions, talking about potential, but we know just the facts of history, we've only had one. So why do we say that there had to be, how many Malcolm X's? All right, I can ask the same question about a dictator, about Pol Pot, about King Leopold, about whoever. Pick your dictator, pick your whomever. So again, these questions, they don't get us anywhere. It's just rhetorical questions that people just throw out to try to make a point, but it's not based in reality, because there's only been one Malcolm. There hasn't been a replacement.
All right,
never.
Guys, before you go,
nobody turned out to be another Malcolm, even in his own family. So why do we ask the question?
Right, and
it's before make a point, but it doesn't take us anywhere. I'm sorry,
and guys. No, you're good, guys. I want you to do that. But before we do that, guys, in the chat, we're not going to forget about you guys. So if you have any questions, please go into the chat, put a Q in front of your question, and then put your question out, and I'll ask the panel that question, and we'll discuss it. So please do that. Let's get back to the panel. Go ahead, Queen.
So it goes back to what Bennett was saying earlier. Here's the thing. There's so many different points and perspectives. Just because somebody say it's my body, my choice. I come from it wasn't a partially single parent household, because my mom and dad were together for years, had 6 of us, all 6 of us belonged to them. And it wasn't until I was in junior high, they divorced and separated. And so it then became a single parent home. My family is pro-life. I'm pro-life. But I still feel as if I ever wanted to make a choice, I don't want that choice taken away from me. Because like you said, devil's advocate, women have so many choices nowadays to do so many different things. And so do men also. So we can choose to lay with somebody, because I see a lot of people saying in the chat, well, you didn't choose to cross your legs and keep your legs closed. Guess what? Men and women both have those same choices. Just like men can choose to go get a vasectomy, but nobody's forcing them to go get a vasectomy, but so that's the thing. There's so many choices we have in society today, and there's so many choices as women. It's not one-sided. And when we get in these little silos and say, this is my stance, this is where I am, and I don't want to shift my narrative, instead of being open-minded to say, okay, everybody got a different perspective, everybody get to choose what they essentially what they feel that they need to do that works for them in life. So
yeah, I think Mr. Bennett, go ahead, Mandrell. Sorry.
I was just going to answer the question. Well, he asked, was it selfish for a woman to pretty much force a guy to be a father, even if he doesn't want to be? Isn't that right, Black Man?
Yeah.
I'm paraphrasing here, of course. But
yeah, go ahead.
Well, now the fact that they have the option to terminate or give birth, then yes, it is a selfish. It is selfish. I haven't experienced that, but I did experience it the other way around, where, one day someone's pregnant, I'm excited, I'm making preparations. Then one day, oh, I'm not. So it's like, oh, you didn't talk to me about it, didn't ask me what I thought about it, nothing.
But that goes back to choice.
You know what I'm saying? So that's another completely selfish thing to do. And
exactly.
It is a choice. It is selfish, in my opinion. Yeah, it's selfish. I mean, her choice again. I didn't like it, but
so Devil Advocate mentioned fear earlier and how society uses fear to kind of control people. It's been used against women for years. Fear, in which we've been forced. We as women forced to lay down with men and forced to have children we didn't want to. And then when there was a choice, Auntie Randall said it earlier, the fact that not only did women of color benefit from it, but white women also, which is why I think a lot of the anger comes from this decision, is the fact that whereas this was meant for our bad and kind of turned out for their good because they used it just as much, right? How many side pieces, on the other side of the fence, because that's one of my things. If y'all gonna force this, to take this choice, then I hope every last one of their side pieces get pregnant next week, and now you're forced to stick with it. And let's see how the narrative changed then when white people don't have the option to do it just as much. You get what I'm saying? Because y'all reporting numbers, this many black women or this many black children have been deleted. Okay, how many of them have been deleted? Because just like we as black women have found ourselves in the black community where there's poverty stricken and all these other things when we've had nothing else, anything else to do but run the streets and have babies, right? Because that's what they kind of set us up for a little while. I was a teen mom. I raised my hand to that and I chose not to abort. Okay. So I had my kid and I did what I needed to do. But just guess what? There were also white girls that was happening to in school and they aborted. They family did it, okay? With a heartbeat, they still doing it to the day. And I think population has changed. There's so many biracial children now. Nobody's strictly just Caucasian anymore. What are we truly trying to control? That sticks in the back of my mind. What are we trying to control? And what are we truly trying to manipulate? Are we trying to, what are we trying to stop from happening, essentially? The culture, there's so many things.
I want to welcome information man to the show.
That's why you asked that question. You know exactly.
All right, and I want to get now. Before we do that, I want to get Hink in here, and then I'll get information man. Then we'll go from there, and we'll get somebody else in there. Go ahead, Hink.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out. Did I miss something? I mean, because is it illegal? Abortion illegal in all states? I mean, I don't know. Did I miss something?
No, it's not illegal. Only a couple of states banned.
They're leaving the decision to the states to make those decisions. Texas already said they doing it for sure. And so I don't know how many other states, but I know Texas.
They've done it. They had
and the judge just put that on hold, so Texas can't do it right now. Judge just said, "Hold up, we got to go back and look at this."
Yeah, Louisiana too.
So they can still have these things. They just got to take a road trip, right?
Yep.
But then take a road trip and get your damn procedure done. If that's what you have to do, you have to do what you have to do. You made the decision of getting pregnant with you and this man. So take the road trip. You have to spend a little more money. If that's what you got to do, that's what you got to do. That was your choice. That was your decision. Y'all chose not to use protection. You chose to try to rely on your pull-out game. You chose not to take birth control. So, that's what you want to do it. So if you got to take that road trip to get the procedure done, then do it. I don't give a shit. But how about having some accountability? How about doing that? I mean, you going out here knocking these chicks up, knowing that you don't give a damn about them. Knowing you don't, but you're gonna knock them up, and now you got a lifetime decision with them. Now you stuck with these heifers. then what you gonna do?
But hey, that would take effort on my part.
Hold on, Mandrell, hold on. Then you gonna be mad about paying child support. You gonna be mad at talking about visitation. Then you gonna be mad at talking about custody. Talking about she done moved my child out of the state. Ain't no need to cry. You opening yourself up to all this bullshit. So now, what I'm scared of, we're gonna have more bitch boys on here crying and complaining about all these things I just said. You definitely don't need no more bitch boys, but unfortunately, more's gonna be here. Now, for you hoe ass women, y'all nasty ass shouldn't be killing these babies, goddamn it, anyway. I don't understand that, man. You're murdering these babies because your lazy ass don't want to be inconvenienced. Inconvenienced because now you can't do what you want to do. You can't hang out all night with your girlfriends because your ass is pregnant and you got to go home and take care of your baby. Well, your nasty ass should have been out there laying your ass up and getting knocked up like that. And you wouldn't have this situation. Now you can't be the hot girl like you want to because your girlfriends, they all in the club. You got to be home because your mama don't want to take care of your little snotty nose brat. I don't blame you.
The mom in the club too.
Because I took care of your ass already. You should have been on your job taking care of your business in the classroom. It's a goddamn shame.
Information man.
How you doing, brother?
How you doing, brother? What you got for
I'm
us?
doing fine, brother.
He took us to church. What you got for us?
Nah, I just think it's a responsibility between both man and woman. I think Hank is right. If as a man, it's my responsibility not to rely on the woman to be on some type of birth control. I should be responsible to keep as we used to call it back in the day, a Jimmy hat with me. And that's just how I would roll. And we all know that there's a consequence of having a baby, an unwanted baby that you didn't want because you were simply trying to have a night of pleasure. And I think we got to rethink our way of how we engage with women as men and how women engage with men. And I think we have to do more. And I said this before, we have to do more serious research on people that we get involved with, that we share our bodies with, because we got to be more conservative. And naturally, that is the history of the Black community anyway. We were once a conservative community, not politically, but in our culture and how we handled things, and we kept responsibility. I'm about Black Man Unfiltered. I'm about doing the work. Now, I've mentioned this before. My organization, we do the work in Project Alpha with Black males, working with Black males as it relates to their responsibility. This is the target group that we have to look at. I heard the statistics that were set up here earlier. The statistics really go up to about 2019, according to CDC. And this is the target area. Now, the highest area in our country is the District of Columbia at 47. There's 47 states that reported data to CDC back in 2019. That was in 2019. The majority of the women who had abortions were 57% were in their 20s. That's the target group that we really need to be looking at in our communities, because that's when it all starts to go wrong. While only 31% were women in their 30s, and teens between 13 and 19 years of age, they're only making up, based on these numbers at this particular time, the teens are only making up 9%. I grew up in the 80s, late 70s, so we did have a big problem with teenage pregnancy. That's actually, believe it or not, it has gone down a little bit. It's the young ladies and young men in their 20s, younger years, where we're very sexual, our hormones are popping all over the place. For some reason in that age bracket, according to their numbers, if we believe those numbers, that's where we have some of our biggest problems. But this is the thing that's interesting. Going back to these 2019 numbers, unmarried, the majority of women who are having these abortions are women that are unmarried at 85%, while married women account for 15%. And so the problem is, and we talked about this before, Black Man Unfiltered. Remember, we all had that conversation about Black fathers need to be more involved.
Exactly.
In picking the men for our daughters, because what's happening is that it shows that marriage is the way to go. And it was a part of our culture, because what was the first thing that Black people did when they came out of slavery into Reconstruction? They got married. Marriage puts you in a higher level of not having unwanted pregnancy versus being unmarried and just being out there sleeping around and running around. Now, I'm not dumb enough to think that people are just going to like not do what they're going to do, but that's a problem that we need to look at. If you're part of an organization, we need to be targeting people within these age ranges within our community. Because, and the sister that said made a statement earlier that I totally agree with, white girls are having abortions. A lot of times when we talk about black women having the highest numbers, because they'll say that black women are at 23.8 per 100,000 more likely to get an abortion, where they got white women at 11.7 per 100,000, Hispanics at 6.6 per 100,000. This is where the bullshit starts. A lot of white girls have gotten abortions and it never gets reported. Their families will have the money and the resources to get it secretly. Okay, especially if they come from a very rich family, they can fly to another country. You all heard these stories before. So they are getting abortions, but the numbers get skewed because black people in this country are not in a position where we can hide the things that we're doing. They're always looking at what we're doing. They're always right. So rich white girls, they can have a private doctor come right into the home, do the abortion. You never know about it. It never gets put into data. And the sister is right. There are states that do not report this. Now, I have a paper up here right in my hand with every single state. I'm not going to go over all the states, but I have a document here that has every single state. California is not in there, but someone said Colorado is not in there, but they actually are, and they give the percentages. This is all from CDC, their survey. Some states give information, some states don't give information, as the brother was saying, because people want privacy. They don't want to report certain information. So this is an issue that we're going to have to deal with at the community level, on the ground level with our youth. I think our youth is the way we need to go with our young people today to steer them in a better direction. We know people are going to have sex, so we're going to have to promote safe sex.
Yeah,
all those different things. We got to be realistic because kids are still going to have sex. And I want you all to do this. Do me a favor and do this for me. And you have a brilliant man up here who works as a reporter, works in media. I want you to look at and study how this decision may or may not open the door to other laws being struck down. You need to really look at the Dred Scott case. You really need to look at the Board of Education. You also need to look at this. The Dred Scott case is a perfect example where a white man did not have to adhere to a black man's rights, even if he was free in another state. So are we going here? Can a woman go and get an abortion in another state like California, then come back to a place like Texas, for example, and let's say she has hemorrhaging, because that's the biggest problem when they have abortions, right? One of them. And let's say she has some problems because of that abortion. Now she goes to a doctor in the state of Texas, and then when they examine her, they could say, oh shit, this woman had an abortion. Will the doctors, see, this is where they open up a whole can of worms here. Yep. Will the doctors have to report this to some authorities because they could possibly lose their damn medical license? It opens up a whole Pandora's box. Hold on,
pause that thought. Now, he is absolutely right. Greg Abbott in our state, Greg Abbott said, if you go across the state lines and get a deletion and you come back over here and the doctor sees signs of that, the doctor better be very fearful about treating this woman, because he can lose his license by helping someone who broke the law in this state.
Right. I'll land on this last point here.
Go ahead.
That's called federalism.
Yep.
We had that in this country at one time. You know, history repeats itself, folks. Understand? If you don't understand what happened in the past, you won't understand what's happening all around you today.
Exactly.
Another thing that this opens up the door to is that if abortion is illegal in these particular states, does that mean, and this is the obvious question to ask, does that mean that other forms of birth control, right? Will those be struck down because of this ruling? Will you be held accountable if a woman goes to a drugstore out of the state and get these particular pills day after, whatever they call it. She takes those pills and she goes to the hospital and they examine and see this in her system. I'm just saying hypothetically, how is that going to play? Are they going to rule out those pills and all those things in the states that say we don't want the physical abortion, but doesn't mean that the pills and all that have to be put in the same bag? So this has opened up a whole door of kick-ass. I'll stop there.
Let me say this, and I'll let everybody else cook. I'm going to let everybody else cook, I promise. Because I know a lot of you have something to say. Even this, and this was bad too, guys. Even in our state, I'm telling you, our governor's something else in Texas. He on a whole nother level with this. And so he's like anything.
And he's disabled.
Yeah, and right. He's doing all this from a wheelchair. So he says, even if a woman if she goes to another state, get a deletion, and she comes over here and comes back into the state of Texas, if a doctor sees evidence of a deletion, he does not have to serve her, because he better be scared. You better be fearful, brother, because if you treat her and something happened, she's a liability and you're going to lose your damn license.
That'll never hold up.
Right?
Never.
Hold on. Watch this. Now watch this. The second thing is the Plan B pill. He says Plan B is an abortion in a pill. So he said he's not going to do that either. He said that's going to go, the physical and the pill going. He said now we're going to up the contraceptives, but anything that happens after the pregnancy, oh no, all of it out of there.
None of that'll hold up either. First of all, the thing with the doctors is you're forcing the doctors to break the Hippocratic oath, which will then cause them to lose their license. Okay, so in this case, if the doctor treats him, he's saying he's going to lose his license, which he's bound by oath to do.
Right.
He's going to lose his license for doing his job. Now, if he doesn't do it, okay, he broke his Hippocratic oath, which is to do no harm. And by leaving this woman dead, hemorrhage to death, he broke his Hippocratic oath by doing harm. So he loses his license.
Aren't all these?
So it's a catch-22, basically.
So none of this is, like I said. And then the other one, what was the other one you said? Getting rid of the morning after pill or whatever. It's not. It's not. It's just an overdose of birth control. A woman can have the same effect by taking the night after, take 3 birth control pills. Wait until the next day, take 2 birth control pills. Done. That is true, Auntie TJ.
That don't work. I'm telling you right now. I was mad.
Hey, look.
I had my third baby. I was on birth control, and I thought I can pick some pills up and run with them. That don't work.
Danielle, don't play with me.
Get him.
Oh, okay. Well, hey.
Yeah.
Educate me.
Yeah.
But see,
educate me. Hey, listen.
The bigger picture,
cool. I'll take your word for it.
The bigger picture out of this whole thing is being missed. Information Man was just sharing what is being missed. It's a bigger picture than just this Roe v. Wade thing, bro.
Yes,
this is a slippery slope that we are going down in this country. And people are like, oh, that'll never happen. Well, you can't say it'll never happen. What if a Muslim all of a sudden becomes president? And then we got to start praying. We got to start praying in the school.
Checks and balances, isn't there? All right, I gotta ask you a question because Information Man stacked like 7 great points on top of each other, and we haven't really
and it's not a slippery slope. They've already told you they're coming for gay marriage.
Right.
They told you they're coming for something else, and like I said earlier tonight, the part you should be worried about is how big of a flex this was.
Right.
All this was a flex of the muscle of the Supreme Court. They just flexed their muscle. Right. That's it. They let us know we can come for anything we want to.
All right, so let's get Mr. Bennett here. Mr. Bennett, what are your thoughts?
Well, actually, I want my brother. I know you were looking to ask the question earlier. I don't want to go past. Did you have a question? You said you wanted to ask me something, sir. Brother in the Nike hat.
Oh, Devil's Advocate. Yeah.
Oh,
Devil's Advocate. I'm sorry.
Yeah, dude. When you were responding to the gentleman in the chat who said something about Malcolm X being aborted, I wanted to reply, but then Mandrell went, and then that spawned all of this.
Yeah. So I didn't want to lose.
Like 7 great points. And I wish we could have stopped and addressed each of his points he made individually, just because they were so great. So, but really quick, when you said how, I thought you were kind of missing the forest for the trees when someone suggested that we aborted. How many Malcolm X's did we abort? I wanted to reframe that as like you never so 14 million fetuses is 2 Holocausts when it comes to Jews, and you know how historic the Holocaust was, right? So to reframe that's like 1 in 3 Black fetuses are aborted. So instead of just saying we don't know how many there have been, I think what the person in the audience is trying to do, and I'm playing devil's advocate for him, is say like how many doctors would we get? How many? Yes, there would have been criminals, but they all wouldn't have been criminals. And how many like inspirational figures in the Black community came from a poor household that could have?
Then I would say this. Then I would say this. Then make that point. What you just said is a much better point to make. I'm saying we got to go to the exception. Like somehow we just have this in 60 years, we're going to birth all of these different special people that never were there in history prior and never came since. Yeah, we're going to birth them. So why not just make the point that you made and why just make it generally? But that point is made with a lot of people. Or how many this person, the next president, Barack Obama, or whoever.
Takes away from the actual people, right?
So I'm just saying, just keep it generally. But if I got
my thought experiment. Yeah, my thought experiment would have been: what if 1 in 3 of the people on this panel would have never existed? What if Black man, myself, pick 2 other people on the panel? Then that'll really hit home as far as the effect that those abortions might have had on the Black community. If you think about all the impact that we have made in the people in our life, and then will make in the the future families we would have had. So that's all I was going to say in response to your.
I did want to bring up 2 points. Point that Information Man made, and an earlier question that Black Man Unfiltered made when he talked about where this started, because I think I heard 2 different stories. And again, this is how you take information and how you try to build a narrative, and I'm not sure if the narrative necessarily sticks. So Black Man talked about this started with Margaret Sanger, who started these clinics in the 20s in Harlem. But we know that obviously these procedures took place since the 1800s, so it wasn't like they weren't invented in that particular time. But the question I wanted to ask at that time, this is going to what Information Man was saying earlier, was he's saying, okay, well, marriage is the solution. And he talked about, well, marriages started breaking down in the 60s. But if that is true, then how can Sanger come to Harlem in the 20s and introduce this to such a devastating effect to our communities?
You know what?
So again, we throw these different stories out there, but it doesn't tie together. But the biggest question I have is, and I kind of made this point last night on another panel, is I could just look at just the people on this panel, and I don't care at what age that you are currently. I'll throw you back. I know Sister TJ said, she thinks differently now than before. But can anyone have come? Can Margaret Sanger could come to any one of us and made that pitch, and we'd be like, and I guess this is for the women. I guess could Margaret Sanger at any time in your life could have came and made that pitch to you, based on your backgrounds, and you would have been so gung ho to do it. Again, I don't know anyone here or what have you, but the point I'm making is what. The question of where did it start? Why was she able to be so effective on getting Black women, or specifically Black young girls, to delete their babies in that time? She just offered a solution, but what was the issues at the time? And if we were married, if we did have nuclear families back in the 20s, so that's telling me that we didn't.
Yes. Well,
that caused this situation to why she was able to come in and make that pitch and then take it to the churches that they were dealing with something. So our communities must have not have been that good, especially in these urban centers like Harlem in the 20s. So we need to stop selling the narrative that we were so well off in the 20s, this Harlem Renaissance era, whatever, that we were so well off. The conditions were such that she was able to go in and make that pitch, which speaks to the conditions, the economic, the social, the family breakdowns, the trauma that was in those communities that allowed that to happen. And that has never really been addressed. So again, I'm about what is causing. I mean, you go to these countries now. Britt mentioned this last night. You got countries in Africa right now where babies, again, we all grew up, we're all Gen X. We all grew up in sort of Save the Children commercials, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're emaciated. They got their stomachs blown out. They got flies flying literally on them. Mama's trying to nurse a baby that's half dead in her arms, yet they're still having babies. So again, these conditions, I'm talking about just the condition of life, this life of human suffering that people are enduring, that are causing conditions where these things can happen. If we all came from these nuclear families that Information Man was talking about, I would think we would all want, because we think that's good for us, then Margaret Sanger could have been giving money away and nobody would have took her up on her offer. So we got to look at what the conditions were that caused for her to be an influence and effect in our communities in the first place. So we weren't whole. So let's stop this transfer of information saying we were so whole back then, and that she just came in and just upended us. No, we were broken then. In a lot of cases, we're still broken now. We still have unresolved.
Yep.
And people are simply looking for solutions to hurt. We're still in a hurt place overall. Black people across the world, Black people in Africa, and a lot of these areas where there's starvation and famine and whatnot, they're still in a hurt place. And if you're not going to address those hurts, then these things, you're going to have death. Whether it be natural, these kids are going to be born just to die, or people are going to go to drastic measures to not have their kids endure these things. So again, we have to look at where the root is, where you grew up in, where there's nuclear families, where there's economic opportunity, where there's places where you can grow and develop and come to your fullest potential. The likelihood of you going to that, as I agree with the information man on, is not likely to happen. But obviously there were conditions as such that allowed this to happen, and we need to look at that and the causes behind that just as much as what's going on in the current environment, because a lot of those conditions still haven't changed much.
Right. You can parallel both. Usually when this happens, they're focusing and targeting the poorest of us, the most uneducated of us. You can see the same framework happening today. So you've always had well-off Black people that were doing good, that were educated, but they didn't. Why would they want to target the most educated people? Right. Who know better? They're going to always target the poor. When you look at the continent of Africa and they have missionaries going over there and people of that such, who do they target in those countries? The poorest, so that they can indoctrinate them with something. So that's universal. That's universally been going on. Right.
And I just wanted to respond to Mr.
He's right.
To respond to him about Margaret Sanger, because it wasn't her getting people to bite what she was selling, to buy what she was selling. She actually paid off our pastors. There were people that she went into these churches and was paying them to feed us, to indoctrinate us with this. So,
but that doesn't matter. To me, that's minutia. The question is for the young girl who this is being pitched to, whether it be from her pastor or from Sanger herself, or paid a visit to her home. Why was she even considered out to begin with? That's what we got to look at here. That doesn't. The messenger doesn't change the conditions that caused this to happen.
The reason why people consider this is because their back is against the wall. They're usually dealing with an unplanned pregnancy.
And that's what he's saying, basically.
That's where this begins.
That's basically what he's saying.
Messenger.
They're not all Black people.
Conditions that allow such a message to be received.
Right. So you're saying we're accountable for, taking on whatever it is that Margaret Sanger was selling us.
Right. But then you have to also
taking on, or the conditions that made it easier to take on. Like I said, if you're a whole person, if you come from a nuclear family, if you have good values, if you're educated and whatnot, the likelihood of you taking this course of action is very low.
Right.
She targeted.
So we had to look at the conditions. What was going on in Harlem in 1920 that all these girls just went and just did these things?
We would have to go back and look at, when you do real research, you would have to go beyond Google and go and look at real research in the libraries and look at the articles. We have a man of the press here. He knows this. Look at those microfiche articles of the day to get a picture of how people lived. And this is the thing. We can't forget this element. During the 1920s, how long were Black people out of slavery? Come on now. A lot of Black folks were not that far out of slavery, so we didn't have even generational wealth then. There was small enclaves of Black communities that were probably doing well, but there were a lot of Black people that weren't doing well who could possibly be acceptable to this. Look, I lived in the Fillmore area of San Francisco. Black people got led astray by a man named Jim Jones.
Well, and information, man, you got to also look at this. You had the Great Depression that the whole country was just coming out of, and like I asked my grandmother, "What did you do?" I think I just
what happened?
We were already
froze.
broke. So So who you think they gonna service first? The show ain't gonna be the black community coming out the Great Depression.
Hell no.
It ain't gonna be us. It ain't gonna.
Right.
So they gonna make sure they keep a foot on our neck coming out the Great Depression.
Then you know when they made the welfare system, when Roosevelt came up with the great whatever they call, what was it, the Great Plan or whatever it was. Do you know a lot of black people didn't even go sign up for the welfare program at that time because they weren't going to get it. They weren't included. So black people have had to struggle without. So when they try to make us the face of these programs, these social programs, we are not the origins of these social programs. We weren't in the beginning, at least.
If only we would have never gotten any of it. No, I was going to say Bennett made a good point about Africa, and I wanted to elaborate on it. So if slavery, I'm sure you guys have heard this before, but slavery, things like slavery in World War I and World War II couldn't break the black family. And that tells you that like the stick doesn't really affect us. We're a strong people. But that carrot is where everything fell apart, man. And that's like, for the people in the audience that don't know, that's the whole carrot and stick analogy. The stick being punishment, like physical punishment, whether it's whipping, war, like that never affected the black family. They stayed strong together. But the carrot is a reward, a metaphorical reward, and so you can see one, welfare, but we don't have to go that way because it's not the topic tonight. Two, the convenience of abortion for modern women. That's the carrot we're talking about tonight. You know, that's accounting for all the black people that never came to be. But yeah, that's what your Africa analogy made me think about, because those people living in squalor, I mean, they're more likely to have a genetic legacy than we are over here, because in modern first world countries, the birth rate just plummets. It's crazy. Yeah. It's crazy. But go ahead.
And again, it's not when we and with those numbers that those ads back in the day, no one even talked about the mortality rates of the moms in those particular areas, the access to healthcare in those areas, but they're still having kids. But again, it's like you're having a kid, and the kid may not live past age 2, but you still choose to bring it. But you still no. But that didn't change the behavior of the people in those countries. They're still having them.
Yeah, that's why the idea of murdering them doesn't fly with me for women that make 100 times what those women are making over there having those kids. And go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Finish.
I was going to say, and providing them a father figure, because the rate of fatherlessness, I don't know what it is in Africa, but I would bet that it's probably higher than the black community here, with 73%. And that was years ago. These statistics are always a couple of years behind. So yeah, it's pretty.
So we got a question from the audience. 5100. What's up, CJ? How you doing, man? He says, so is sex education the answer, ladies and gentlemen?
Hell no.
It's an answer. Everyone's looking for the magic diet pill, right? I mean, it's just
powers that
be everything.
We had sex education when I was in elementary. That don't work.
Let's get the ladies in here. So TJ, do you think in this question, so is sex education the answer? And then we'll go over to family values, and then Queen Smiley. We got the ladies go first on this one. Go ahead. Is sex education the answer?
I don't think it's the total answer. I think it could be part of it. I think I don't know what they're doing in school now, but I remember when I was in school, not only did they talk about sex education, but they showed us the development of a fetus, of a baby. And also they showed us what abortions look like, in school. And in as much as I would like to say that deterred all the behavior, it didn't, but it definitely had some impact on some. So I think it could help, because regrettably, these kids, I'm just going to say that they don't think certain things are sex, that it's sex.
Right.
So I'm like, where are they getting this shit from? So I think it's not the answer, but I definitely think it could be it could definitely help.
What about you, family values? What are your thoughts on that?
Absolutely not. Sex education, especially, I mean, from the public schools, no. We've seen what's happened with the degradation of our children. They've gotten more sexually active due to this. And not to mention, majority of these schools are partnered with Planned Parenthood to do the sexual education. It's indoctrination. There's a lot of things that our kids are learning that they should not be learning. They're talking about masturbation and being transgender and a lot of things that are confusing our kids. The answer is marriage. We should be pushing our children and teaching them at home, showing them and being the example, letting them know that their body should be saved for their husbands. Their body should be saved for their wives. And a lot of times in the Black community, instead we have this mentality that we just need to survive, and we're pushing our daughters straight into college, pushing them to focus on education and not being wives and not taking care of their families. And this is what ends up making them, or not making them, but they end up making bad choices because they're 20, 30 years old, still not married, but have 20 plus bodies. And this is a lot of that can be prevented if they're marrying young and starting families young.
All right. So Queen Smiley, what do you have for us, Shook?
I don't think sex education is the answer, nor do I think marriage is the answer. It's a combination of a lot of things that could be the answer, because it kind of starts with values, family values, and having core values in which not only are you teaching, but you're showing, and instructing, because some families get on, individual soapboxes on what, life should be like, or whatever the case may be. So it's a combination of a whole lot of things where we can start shifting and having conversations like this, to kind of shift the narrative and what women and men should value, not just within themselves, but also within the culture. So it's a whole lot that can change, but those are definitely not one size fit all answers to what we're facing, because society also make younger children. I call them children because I still got kids and they're grown kids, but of course, society makes things look more elaborate than they should be, and so that some people value that. So changing our core values is part of the solution also.
Right now, I got a question from my Facebook group over here. I'm looking over here on the screen. He said, I went to the doctor with my wife and they're pushing this HPV shot down these kids' throats like no other. Why can't we have a contraceptive for boys to take to be sterile until they're ready to get married or to have children?
Because women ain't running the government.
Can you hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Still? Okay. So they are coming up with a male contraceptive, and it's in the work right now. So they're working on it in hopes that they can do it. But men also can get a vasectomy and have it reversed too. So there's options for men, just like there's options for women.
Now, there was a doctor in the chat, Dr. Lou Ops. He said earlier that don't be fooled. Vasectomies are not reversible.
Oh, they're not. I had a guy to get one. My screen froze.
Thank goodness. Because I had one. I'm not trying to have any more. I got my 3. Full disclosure, I got my 3. And the third one scared us to death because there were some complications early on. We were very scared. So we knew the third one was actually my wife. We tried to have a son. She called all my kids Paul Jr. in the womb. And so the third one was like the last. If I would have got the boy and the girl, I would have, had the split and I would have been good and I would have been done. So the third was the last attempt. So once we got the third girl and the way that pregnancy went, I said, I'm not going to put my wife through any more trauma or that. I said, look, I'll get it done. So I'm glad it's not reversible. So, so that's good for me. For me, that's good news because I'm not looking to bring any more children to this world. So I'm good. I'm good to go.
All right. So another, the contraceptives I think will be good. I think that men, but do you think the men would be responsible enough to get up and take that every day?
No.
Bro, please. Come on.
No.
Here's the reason why there's
half
been
of
no
us don't even change our underwear every day, bro. Come on.
Oh wait, now hygiene is a different story.
Come on now.
Come on, bro. They gonna tell you contraceptive, and half of them don't even change their underwear. Come on, bro.
No, we're not taking a turn here, please.
I'm just saying. I mean,
it's a brother Sir Hill. We're not ready for that yet.
It's just like
a barbershop or something.
I think it's just like anything else, though, Black Man. To be honest, some men are gonna be responsible about it. Some men are not. But like your buddy down there just said, some dudes it's hard to get them to change their underwear. So what are they gonna do about birth control? You know what I'm saying?
Well, we know it won't be effective, 100% effective, because we got guys out here who don't want to put a Jimmy head on. Come on now.
Right.
So if we can't, I mean, I've known people that be like, oh, I don't like the way it feel with the condom. You got guys who don't want to wear the Jimmy head. So we still going to have dudes not keeping up with that either. It just depends on the man, the quality and quantity of the man. Not all cats are equal.
Yeah, man, I agree.
Bro, I'm 54. I'm 54, man. I have no kids. The reason why I don't have kids is because my mom held me accountable at 12. She was already, hey, you dating little girls, you can't come up in here with no baby. If you come up in here with a baby, you're going to take care of that baby. I don't care where you work, how you work, because I'm not doing it. She put the fear in me to be accountable. And I just maintained that. And I never, and I got married. Yeah, we tried, but it wasn't successful. But it's accountability. Black people refuse to stand up and be held accountable for their actions. We will ship the daughter off to Minnesota to go have a baby, and then when she come back, oh, she was just in boarding school. No, she went to Minnesota to have a baby, and you brought her back after that baby turned 2.
Hey man, don't send your daughters here to Minnesota.
And also keep in mind how many of these women out here that are grown women that were raised by their mother who was really their aunt.
Come on, bro. Come on. That's why we got so many young grandmas now that's raising these babies, and because the father and the mother don't want to be held accountable. No, don't bring them on my doorstep. You had them babies. Y'all need to find a way to make this work so y'all can raise these kids.
Go ahead.
That's why marriage is important.
Devil's Advocate was first, so if I could go after him, please.
Okay, that's fine. Go ahead, Devil's Advocate.
Yeah, that joke made me forget. What was the comment we were responding to in the first place? Someone cracked a joke and that had me laughing.
Yeah. Somebody said, is birth control, is that the answer?
No.
Sex
education the answer.
Sex education, is that the answer?
Oh, okay. I would like to go after TJ Randolph if I could.
Yeah, I think it was just about, okay, I'm going to kind of fall on the sword with this one, but sex education in school is not the answer. You remember how earlier I said young children's minds are so programmable that in one of the highest IQ countries in the world, 90% of people were convinced that Jewish people weren't human beings. So translate that to having LGBTQ plus studies in school. Like, they're not telling kids, if you go down this road, it will be impossible for you to have a genetic legacy. If you take these hormones for the next 3 years, you're not going to be able to have kids for your whole life. Like, they're not going to be pragmatic about it. And I'm going to regret saying this, but like when I was like 2.5 years old, I'm like, how come you get to paint your fingernails my favorite color, Mom? And then I wanted her to paint one of my nails red. So if that mom would have been a modern, progressive liberal, she would have been like, well, do you want to wear a dress? Are you questioning your sexuality? Like, that's not the route you need to go. Like, and I didn't understand culture. I just knew I liked red and my mom's nails were red. And it's as simple as that. Like, I'm as straight as they come. I always have been, always will be. So nothing against that community. But when I feel like it's being pushed on our children when they're young and impressionable, if you guys should see you probably aren't on TikTok because it's like the spawn of Satan, but like, there's this channel I watch where this mom, you can tell her kid keeps looking to her for approval, but she put her son in a dress essentially. And she makes him say that he likes it, but you can tell by his mannerisms that he's not comfortable and he's looking at her for her nod of approval the whole time. And you can tell.
Why is she putting her son in a dress? Why is she doing this?
Dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of moms are doing this on TikTok.
Why?
to gain social approval from the letter alphabet people, because they get express your sexuality. You go, girl. But if you look at the child, yeah. She's putting makeup on him. She's putting him in a dress, but like you can tell that he is like it's indescribable. The expressions on his face, like if you really look at him and not her dancing around in the background. It's sad.
And TJ's about to go now. Before you go, TJ, I saw something because my daughter was watching Nickelodeon, and she caught on very quickly. She said, "Daddy, come here." I said, "Okay, babe, what's up? What's wrong?" She said, "I'm gonna rewind this to live. I want you to tell me what you just heard." I said, "Okay." She hits play, and the guy comes on the stage, whatever. He said, "Hey, everybody!" All the kids are waving at him, and he came out. He had the little lipstick on and the little wig or whatever. And he said, "You guys, this is not a joke. You can love who you want to love, be who you want to be free. Don't worry about mom. Don't worry about dad. It's your choice. If you want to love who you love." I said, "Turn it off. Turn it off. Turn it off." I told her, "Turn it off. Turn that shit off now." Because
was it Pee Wee Herman?
It was on Nickelodeon.
Was she watching Pee Wee Herman?
No, oh my God. I haven't seen him in years, but I'm just saying.
You said he had the makeup on and saying that crazy stuff. That's the first person that popped up in my head.
It goes back to what we were saying earlier. Is that the people? I'm not against anybody. Make your choices in life, whatever you feel like you want to do. However, it is my decision if I want to consume the information that you're throwing out. Don't force it down. Kids don't even know what kind of cereal they want to eat in the morning. Why are we even talking about this with these babies?
Because we have a society today, and I have a serious problem with this, where we are sexualizing. We're sexualizing our children.
Let TJ go first because she was
okay. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, TJ.
Well, I will say to family values, and there are some things that I hadn't really considered until you mentioned that. But again, when I went through sex education, and also my daughter, they weren't having those kinds of discussions in school like they're having now with the alphabet and stuff like that. Because I will say I had, the school touched on it, but I had some very candid conversations with my daughter with regards to sex education. And unlike many of her friends, she was not pregnant at a young age. Unlike many of her friends, she did not have sex. So again, but again, I didn't have to contend with the things that are in public schools now with her. So I will concede your point there, because I had not considered that, because that is something I definitely would not want my child to be exposed to, nor my grandchildren. So, sex education, when I thought about it with my daughter, was something completely different than what it is now. But because of that sex education, and the addition to the talks that I had with her, she did not, because there were parents who, I'm just going to say, who did talk about marriage, and that is the goal, but they would talk about abstinence, and that's just don't do it. Okay, well then that's not realistic, because their daughters ended up pregnant. We live in a world. So you were talking about marriage, but you weren't talking about the human aspect of it too. Mm-hmm. I was doing both. Right. So my child, who just had her first child a year ago at 27, who's married. So there is a place for sex education, but I guess it has to be controlled and, definitely reined in, because I definitely believe that it worked for my kid. Mm-hmm. Thank God.
Right.
Yeah, and that's why
I just want to hop in real quick.
Right. You're next, Wayne Side.
Yeah, I'm next. So I just want to say sex education has never worked. Gen X was taught sex education, millennials were taught sex education, and now Gen Z and Alpha are taught sex education. The best way to teach people is through consequences. You have to move social welfare programs, right? You remove child support, you remove Section 8 housing, you remove social assistance, right? That is going to be the way that we curb this issue, right? Because people learn through consequences. Consequences has always been the greatest teacher. Period.
So you're saying more of the people need more of the stick as opposed to the carrot?
Well, no, I just think be like other countries around the world, right? We're just not going to take care of your kids on the government level.
To the point I was bringing up earlier about Africa, again, in these other countries, there's no sex ed, there's no social programs. Yeah, people are having babies and they're dying, but it's not changing how people are moving in terms of conceiving and children, these children dying. Like, is it really changing?
No, I disagree, because when you look at countries in Asia, when you look at countries in Western Europe, right, they have sex education, but Asia doesn't really, right? But they also don't have these types of social programs either.
All right,
but can I give him some?
But to the point you said earlier, there's 3 million deletions a month.
Yeah, but I mean, but the point is,
that's your trade-off.
No,
and
but
like
that's
said,
only,
if you look
that's
at
only,
Africa,
that's only here. That's only here. That's not all of Asia, right? So we can't.
That's my. But I'm saying I was just raising a point. You said you really is there sex education in China, like that? What we're talking about?
Kind of. Yes.
Right. So in generally, well. But again, but that's not changing to your point. That's not changing the behaviors of people, because again, you have what they do in a month, we do in a year here. So it's the Africa example, as I said.
The reason for those evacuations is because a lot of folks are in the countryside, so they need to have boys. So they're evacuating for boys. Understand? They need to have boys.
And that's why they're doing it.
Yeah, they're evacuating. If it's a girl, they will evacuate. If it's a boy, they will keep it. So I apologize. I should.
Right, but they also are learning. If I'm not mistaken, China has a shortage of females, and now they're learning that what they did was a big mistake.
Yes, so now they're rectifying. They're rectifying that.
Right. But I just want to give you a little bit of pushback on what you're saying. I just got to keep it 100% real with you. We cannot compare American society to other countries, especially countries like China, which is a dictatorship. We do not live in a dictatorship country. We live in a country where people are proud of being able to bear their arms and be able to do what the hell they want. Now, we can make an argument that our freedoms can also be our downfall because people are able to do whatever the hell they want to do. The difference, you said Gen Xer. I'm a Gen Xer. I'm 52 years old, my brother. You're talking about I've lived it. Okay. The problem with that, with what you're saying is that let me finish. The problem with what you're saying is when I was coming up, this is what's different. Sex education today is about telling people, oh, it's okay to wear a dress if you're a boy. It's okay. They're trying to give people this intersectionality stuff. Sex education, when I was a kid, was just simple sex education. This is what a woman, what organs are. This is what they do. This is how a child is produced. That's what sex education was when I was coming up. Today, it's different. You can't compare it. Two different generations. We're living in different times. They're now going farther with it now, where they're introducing these kids to all kind of indoctrination in terms of what kind of sex preference you want. When I was a kid, they wasn't pushing a preference to us. They just told us this is how it works. And then it's up to your family, like the sister was saying, to add the other parts to it. It ain't the school's job to do that. So the problem we've got today is that, brother, let me finish my points, brother. The problem we got today that's different from other generations is that you got this social media, which has been a big contributor to kids being indoctrinated with this kind of lifestyle. You get it on TikTok, you get it all over the place. When I was coming up, we didn't have all this social media that said, oh, be this and be that. Now, sex has always been around for centuries. I took a class in college called Variations in Human Sexuality. It goes all the way back to centuries, as everybody knows. Hell, they used to put chastity belts on women at one point in time in this country when men would go to war in ancient times. That's how people always are going to engage in sexual activity. We ain't going to be able to stop it. I don't care what programs you create. We're not. People are going to do that. It's whether we educate them on, like the brothers, like you're saying. I do agree with your point. People need to know the consequences, and then maybe they have to suffer the consequences of their actions that were not done in an intelligent way. I do got you there, but be careful when you start comparing generations, especially Generation X that you didn't grow up in, brother. I did. And I know a little bit about that generation. So be very careful, because the things that we've been exposed to today is not what's being exposed today.
I grew up in the 90s.
I don't care what brother, you still didn't grow up in the time that I grew up in. to be able to see how sex education was dogged out. So you can't compare the two generations like that. Don't do that.
We had an explosion. Bro, we had an explosion.
What did I just what I just say, good brother? We didn't have all this social media back in the early 80s and late 70s, man. We didn't have TikTok. There was no YouTube. There was nobody. You didn't have to worry about whether your kid was on a computer or a phone talking to somebody. See, I grew up at a time when you didn't even have a telephone and you had to know how to talk to women up front without a telephone, right?
My friend brother had telephones. Get out of here. So, bro, first of all,
no, I don't have to get out of nowhere. I'm right on the panel. So when you talking about get out of here, you get out of here. You never show yourself. You hide behind an avatar. Telling me to get out of here. A man who hides behind an avatar.
Let's say we ain't signing.
Bro, nothing. Don't bro me nothing. And you can't out talk me, brother. You can't out talk me. You can't out calculate me. So just get that straight right now, Mr. No Face. No face.
Right,
you can't out talk me, you can't out smooth me, you can't out nothing, right. Mr. No Face.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead, Mr. No Face. Don't try to tell me about my generation. What the hell you talking about, brother?
Because I'm Generation X. I'm 43 years old.
You're not real Generation X, as far as I'm concerned. Real Generation X is in their 50s now. Legitimate. If you 69, born 69 all the way up, that's legitimate Generation X. So don't try to tell me about my generation, brother.
So you're born in 78, you're not Generation X?
67. I was born in 67, right, straight up.
She's straight up Generation X. I'm straight up 68. I'm 69, baby. But that's okay.
67? You look good, girl.
She look good.
So let me get this right. 78 is not Generation X, right?
78 is Generation X.
Look, all I'm basically saying is, would you agree or disagree with me that social media, in the time that we grew up, we didn't have this inundation of social media telling us how we should be. We got youth out here killing themselves because they're not getting enough likes on Facebook. We didn't have to deal with that. Come on, man.
What now?
So you actually have had children who have committed suicide because they're not getting enough likes on their picture. What social media has created a system where people want instant gratification. The Generation X, we grew up where we had to earn our gratification.
Yes.
Now I'm gonna stop right there, and I'm sorry if I was disrespectful to you.
Yes. As a media person, information man is 100% correct. And I went to school for it.
Finish if I could. So first and foremost, when I said get out of here, I didn't mean get off the panel, bro. I was just saying that like as term, like
I know, man. I had to mess with you a little bit.
Anyway, it's all good. Anyway, what I'm saying is this: real Generation Xers like me and Mandrell, we had to deal with the teenage pregnancy, right? Not because y'all baby boomers, y'all 50.
No. Okay, I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna listen to you.
Shots fired.
Okay.
So y'all go over there with those baby
talking
boomers.
about? My mom is a baby boomer. Get the fuck out of here. Now you got me covered.
Nah, technically, no. Technically, we are Generation X. So I stand corrected, brother. I stand corrected. You are Generation X. Go. I'm listening.
All right. So you had the teenage pregnant. So first, I want to say something. I'm not saying what China does you should do. When I said the rest of the world, right? I specifically said Asia and Western Europe, and how people learn is through consequences. I'm not saying we should adopt public policy as China because obviously China's a communist country. You cannot do that. But I'm just saying, in general, one of the hugest enabler is social assistance programmings that enable this type of behavior. Second, we generate the 90 part of high schoolers who are Generation X, had to deal with latchkey kid situation and also the explosion of teen pregnancy.
You're right. Right.
Teenage pregnancy. So we've been through this. And what I'm saying is that because of the social programs and assistance, right? It enabled that. Because before later Generation X, you had to leave. But 90s, 96, 97, the girl, your classmate was pregnant sitting in social science class, social studies just with you, right? You saw that and it became acceptable, became normalized.
Okay.
And that's the problem. Because you're sitting right there in sex education but your classmate at 14 is sitting 8 months pregnant.
Okay.
And that was my experience and a lot of experiences.
So I'm going to ask you this question, if I could, respectfully. Sure. Do you believe that, because sometimes as Gen Xers, we have blamed baby boomers for failing us in certain ways, right? Have we failed as Gen Xers? And we got to take this on the chin if it's true. Have we failed this generation as Gen Xers? And we got to take it on the chin.
I think Gen Xers is too young to fail millennials, but I think we have failed Gen Z. Right? Yeah. Because I think baby boomers have not failed Gen X. Silent generation is responsible for the situation that Gen Xers are in. Baby boomers are responsible for where the millennials are in. And Gen X is responsible for where the Gen Z is. With the whole intersectionality. It's Gen X in academia who promoted the intersectionality, like Kimberly Crenshaw, right? She's a Gen Xer. Okay. And it's the Gen Xers that are pushing for LGBTQ education in elementary school and primary schools, right? It's our generation that's doing that. So is Gen X responsible for millennials? Absolutely not. Because right now Gen X right now is shaping public policy. Baby boomers already shape public policy for millennials. And I'll close with that. So millennials, no. Gen X, yes.
Okay, that makes some sense. That makes sense.
I think there is a bit of a danger, though, in thinking that all these are just conscious decisions and mistakes. And if we don't make the mistakes next time, then we'll be fine. Because it's pretty apparent that when we're in the presence of like so much surplus wealth, like there's been no civilization that has survived such a period of this kind of freedom for long periods. There's always a collapse. And I don't know if you guys want to get into like ancient Rome. I don't need to be long-winded about it, but I think that humans, like, we do really well in times of famine. Just like we were saying, there's those people in Africa surviving on 50 cents a day in income, having kids just fine. But then once we start making 50K, our birth rate plummets below reproductive, or what's that called? Sustainable levels. So I think the lesson to be learned is like, we need to start looking at how humans, like, as a whole act in the presence of, like, it's like a first world problems kind of thing. Like, we're worried about making more than 50K or 80K. We got men being rejected because they don't make enough and they make 60K. And I mean, I think that it's not a coincidence that all of the modern first world countries, regardless of culture, Asian, European, South American, are having these same problems with birth rates and with a breakdown of the family. Yes, they are. The black community is always the canary in the coal mine, where it shows up first and the worst. But we're all having the same problems. So I don't want us to think that it's like just one or two mistakes we're making. We need like societal level changes, like large changes in the incentives behind our behavior.
Yeah. Public policy change absolutely needs to be public policy change,
and that might not even do it. But yeah, I mean, I'm kind of pessimistic about it. But
so my question would
let me throw this in here.
Yeah, go ahead, because I got a question.
Okay, so for those of you that live in Texas and live in the Dallas area, do you remember about 3 years ago or 4 years ago when they came out with the HIV report?
I do.
And the zip code that was the worst.
Yep.
It was in the southern sector where the black people live.
Yep.
The top 3 zip codes were all black communities that were most infected with HIV.
Yep.
The city even went into those communities and tried to treat them, and a lot of those people turned them away.
What?
Accountability. Yeah. Oh, yeah, bro. It was a huge thing here in Texas.
Treat them how?
They were trying to treat them. They brought in doctors and everything to treat the HIV in those communities.
To treat
and a lot of people turned them away.
Listen. Here's the thing. That's totally understandable. How do you not understand that? Who the fuck trusts a white doctor nowadays?
But if you got at the time,
let's be honest.
Hold on. At the time,
are you surprised at that? I'm not.
The health director was black.
Oh, so what? Listen.
And he was hood black. He wasn't
right. But
black.
You know what? Clarence Thomas was a Black Panther. He was a black activist. The whole 9 yards.
Bro, come on.
Once upon a time. Now look at him.
Clarence Thomas is a
yes, he was. He was a black activist.
Man that got turned down.
Now,
black woman
look at it.
Wait a minute. Clarence Thomas was a black.
He sure was.
Are you capping right now?
I'm not capping. No cap.
I think you trolling this. I don't know about that one.
Do your research on it. Do your research on it.
I think he's been a coon since he was in the crib, man.
No. Here's the thing.
I want to give you that one.
Here's the thing. Hold on. I'll say at some point after that guy graduated university with his bachelor's, that's when he switched. I don't know what happened. I don't know how. I don't know why. But
Clarence Thomas was that dude that everybody warned you about because there's always one in the pack that's gonna turn you in.
I mean, he probably was, but what I'm saying is he was involved in black activism.
So he went up the ladder and then he shut the ladder right behind the rest of us.
Apparently
man,
so.
y'all not gonna believe this, bro.
Apparently so, man.
I'm reading.
That's a fact about him.
The New York Times said Clarence Thompson was a very radical black man when he was in college. He was a part of the Black Panther. He was a part of the social justice.
I'm trying to tell you,
Mandrell. What happened to him? Did he get a? Did he get
Thomas gets a bad rap.
Listen, I don't know.
Did he get what happened? Grabbed up by aliens or something? And
I don't know.
Body snatched or something?
It's called a heel.
They got pictures of him with Jesse Jackson. They got pictures of him with Al Sharpton. They got this dude.
I'm trying to tell you, dude.
Hey, I know how it happened. It's like that movie. We gonna get that. We gonna get you, sucker. Whatever that movie. What happened is that he got a government job.
Yeah. They gave out jobs.
Remember that scene when he said they got government jobs?
They all got jobs.
So ladies, let me ask a question to the ladies. What do you think? Do you think that what was said when I walked away for a second to go handle something? But what do you, when it comes to taking away food stamps, taking away government assistance to correct a problem, do you think that's the solution? Do you think if they take all of that away, that these babies will stop being made? This is for the ladies first. Then we'll get the guys in here.
I think it will create an incentive for women to make better choices, and I think more women are going to be, more focused on getting married and finding a man that's going to be there for her and her children, and she wouldn't have the government to depend on. She'll have her man to depend on.
TJ, I'm waiting on you, TJ. Come on.
Like I said, incentives to become a wife.
Is she looking up Clarence Thomas?
So yeah, taking away welfare and government assistance is not going to help at all. That creates another problem that of course is going to shift, more into poverty. I had kids and end up adopting more kids because I just love kids, and I ain't never had no welfare. They ain't stopped me from opening up my legs when I felt like it. That has nothing to, like, the correlation isn't there to say, oh, if I don't get government assistance, I ain't gonna do what I'm gonna do. People gonna do what they're gonna do regardless. And that's what Bennett has said it, Information Man has said it, everybody on this panel has said it, that it takes more than just a couple of things to fix this problem. It's not just going to be education. It's not just going to be family. It's not just going to be marriage. It's not just going to be one thing. And using a stick ain't going to work either. Now, granted, a different carrot is going to shift the way society and culture moves. But that's it. So, it ain't going to fix it.
Yeah, because I heard, I'm saying this because I'm repeating some of the things that echo out of the echo chamber here. And some of the things that I was hearing was, if we stop incentivizing bad behavior will stop. And one of the things that one of the young men said
but you have to keep in mind real quick, keep in mind for those people that receive what is that? I never got this either. What is it? It ain't workman's comp. When people unemployment. So when people were getting unemployment, so for some years there was this idea, okay, if you're going to get unemployment, you have to be actively looking for a job. Right? That was the carrot. You can get this benefit if you're looking for a job. Guess what people did? Hey, man, can you fill this paper out so I can say I got an interview? I appreciate it, cuz. And they turned it in. Exactly. And guess what? They still got unemployment. That's not going to stop the bad behavior. Putting an incentive on something is not going to change it. we as a people, and I'm talking about humankind, I'm not talking about black or white, because a lot of this behavior has nothing to do with race. Right. You know, bad behavior is bad behavior, but we as humankind, we're going to always figure out a way to run game. Right. We're going to always figure out a way to run the system. So
now a person went to a job, like a young person went to a job. Let me give you an example. They went to a job and they went in and they're late. Because, you know, young people today, time is just nothing for them. They come 10, 15 minutes late. It don't matter to them. Some of them, not all. But if they came to work late and the manager said, the supervisor or the CEO of the company says, when you come in late, you're not getting your bonus for today, and we're going to take your pay from $25 an hour. We're going to cut it in half. How many people will show up for work on time the next day?
You're going to be enthusiastic.
What if the CEO says, I'm not going to incentivize bad behavior, so I'm not going to pay you $25 an hour to come late. So I'm going to pay you half of that. And I'm not going to give you any bonuses.
Okay, working at people. Yeah, because I work in HR too, and they still get around it.
You still gonna find some people that's gonna either one, figure out a way around it, or two, they ain't gonna care. They still gonna come in there late.
If I can say something really quick, I agree that it won't completely change everything. You're absolutely right, but without that incentivization there, it will push people to be more responsible. Granted, there will be people who don't care, but the numbers will lower when it comes to unplanned pregnancy.
This is the crazy part.
People will be more afraid of the consequences.
I have a question.
Hold on, let me finish real quick. Because there are, I've met women. I don't know if y'all have ever heard of it, but I've seen women say, well, I want to be a single mom. I want to have a kid. I don't want to get married. And I have ways that I can take care of us through government assistance. I don't need to get a job. If I get a job, I'll lose my assistance.
Exactly.
There's no one wants to work further for the betterment of their community and their family because they have something they can rely on. So when you have consequences to your actions, you're less likely to make bad decisions.
And Queen Smiley and TJ, we're in the Dallas area, the DFW area. One day I just want all us to get together and I want to show y'all something. My brother came here and my brother Nick came here. And he said, I want to find a place to stay because I want to move to Dallas because things are bigger in Dallas. I said, cool, brother. I'll do whatever I can to help you. My brother came here, started looking at apartments. He found one that he fell in love with. So I went with him and his wife and we walked around the apartments. Listen, guys, wood floors. Oh my God, beautiful. They just built it, just new, just beautiful. I said, damn, this nice. So the lady came out and said, do you like it? My brother said, yeah, I like it. You know, what we got to do, I got to fill out the paperwork, credit, whatever I need to do, we're in. The lady said, so are you going to turn in your Section 8 or your wife?
Whoa.
My brother said, what? She said, oh, you don't have that? He said, no. She said, oh, this is for Section 8. This is not for regular people.
Regular people?
Right,
regular people?
People that are not getting government assistance. Now, when I tell you these apartments are 3-bedroom apartments for $745 a month.
That's not bad, actually.
3-bedroom.
From where I live at, that's cheap.
Dude.
They have been doing that in Dallas, building some more economic
that's cheap information, man.
Well, I'm in California, so that's like a steal.
My point is, let me make my point first. My point is, if a woman moves into that beautiful home, which they are beautiful, when you move into that beautiful home and you make a certain amount of money, if you go above that amount of money, you'll ass out that house.
Because Section 8 keeps you poor. It keeps you poor. Right. But see, once again, Black Man Unfiltered, they told you regular people.
Yeah.
Right. But see, my point is that
I thought we got TJ. We got TJ. We ain't signing. We got TJ. Go ahead.
It was women first, right?
Yeah, it was women first.
Make sure I'm checking.
Oh, okay. You must respect TJ.
If I missed something, let me know. Okay. Real quick, and I'm gonna drop off because I know that somebody else is wanting to get. For as public assistance, there used to be, because again, I'm old head, there used to be, whereas you had to, in order to get the public assistance, not only did you not have to look for a job, you had to get one within a certain period of time. Yeah. And if you did not have a job, you did not you could not get it. So that it allowed you to be on it for a certain period of time, but you had to get a job. It wasn't to be on there forever. And I am not ashamed to say, when I had my daughter, when I moved back to Oklahoma, I was on public assistance. I got food stamps and I got WIC while I was in graduate school and working 2 jobs. Well, when I got my commission to go into the Army, guess what? I didn't need it anymore because I was working to get to where I needed to be. So again, I was operating under that premise. It is a temporary aid. It is not a lifelong situation. So if they went back to modifying that, if you're going to get this, it is not a permanent solution. It is to assist, not to keep you at a lifestyle. And I think that, and again, to your point, family values, I have 1 kid. So I didn't keep having kids because that's not the life I wanted for myself or my daughter. But I think just to get rid of it, I don't think that's the answer. I think to make it more restrictive and not just as a crutch for you to stay on forever, I think that's the problem. And on that note, I'm going to leave because I know there's somebody else in the back who wants to get up, and I got to get back to grandmother duty. So I'll talk to y'all later.
Love to the club, baby.
Hey, Dewayne, you from Louisiana, right?
I am.
You're from Louisiana, right?
I am.
Okay. Do you remember when Katrina happened and they displaced all those black people in the projects? And some of those black women there were like, what are we going to do now? Because we don't work and we depend on our public assistance. Yeah. And even when Bill Clinton was in office, Bill Clinton was trying to make it I think either a 3 or 5 year process that between 3 to 5 years, you had to go to a trade school and develop a trade. And then after that, you would have to go get this job, and then you would come off of public assistance. Right. So the system is flawed.
What happened to that?
Every which way
what happened to it? Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. What happened to it?
Good brother, does it still exist or is it gone?
I think it got defeated by the Democrats. I'm not for sure. Don't quote, but I think the Democrats shot it down because of so many low income people were voting. They were trying to get those votes. You know, it's always a voting year when money come around. But yeah, it's just one of those things. And even like the Katrina thing, I remember seeing one young lady on the news talking about, what are we going to do now? Because I depend on public assistance because I don't want to work. My mama don't work. My granny don't work.
Ooh, that's bad PR right there. If they would have put that on television, that looked bad.
That goes to my point.
Hereditary.
So, can I just want to make this 2 points, and then I'll pass the mic. So first, public assistance absolutely incentivizes and rewards bad behavior. Well, I'm going to remove the word incentivize. It definitely rewards bad behavior, and it provides a safety net just in case shit goes wrong. And to say that it's not, and my question to Queen is, if you're saying that a stick doesn't work, carrot doesn't work, because people are going to game the system, then how do I not walk away with saying that people are inherently broken and evil then? Because if you're telling me nothing is really going to work and they're going to find a way to game the system, then how can I not walk away thinking that people are broken and inherently evil? And I'll pass with
So I didn't say that the system, I didn't say nothing works. That's not what I said. I say no one thing is going to be a one size fit all thing. So the question was posed, if you take away welfare, would that stop, some of the behavior? And I said,
all
social
services.
Yeah, all social services, whichever one, all social services. If you take it away, would that stop? Would that, decrease some of these bad behaviors? And the answer is no. Just taking it away wouldn't stop it. So it's no one size fit all thing. So I'm not saying that, everybody's bad or what I'm not saying what you're saying.
So Queen, let me ask this question real quick. So what I say about that, I visualized it. So I'm thinking a woman, say for instance, you got these women that are habitual offenders of saying, I'm going to sit at home and I'm going to get the government assistance.
You have them.
Right? Mm-hmm. What if she says, I'm going to have another kid, and then she have another kid and the government changes the laws and says, you know what? All men and women, if you have a child, we're not going to give you any food stamps, any Medicaid, anything. You're on your own. I guarantee you, before a woman opens her legs or a man pulls out his penis, they're gonna think about 5 or 6 times before they put it in there.
Some of them will think. Some of them will think about. I'm not saying that they won't. Okay, I didn't say not one time that they wouldn't. Some people will change the behavior, but then you'll find other people that will not. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
So I'm just saying that's not a one.
You'll have an uproar because majority of the white people that are on it, because there are more white people on social services than black folks.
Absolutely.
We'll storm the Capitol again.
And thank you because they will. And the crazy part is you would think that taking that away, because like Family Values mentioned, some women are habitual and they do it. You know, and somebody even put in the chat, some people stay right there below the threshold intentionally so they can get that assistance. I'm like, TJ, my mom had assistance. When I first came out of high school and I got out of the military, I got food stamps for a couple years. And again, it was a temporary thing because once you make it past a certain threshold, you don't even qualify anymore. But when my mama was on it, it was the case that you had to have a job with income coming in, and you had to have a certain amount of income in order for you to even to receive the benefits. My mama lost that job. Guess what? They cut it off.
Do y'all know what the food stamp relief was for the COVID-19 for the pandemic?
For the kids, man, I got that, boy. I was so glad my kids was in school. I ain't gonna even lie.
To me, they were giving
men on child support couldn't get it.
They were giving me $4,500 to $5,000 worth of food stamps.
I know a chick got 10 grand.
I gotta get back to work. Can I say something?
Yeah. My God, 10 grand?
So I want to address a couple things that the brothers had said. The one guy that's in the media and Mandrell. There was a comment made about if men had a contraceptive, would they take it? Now, I want to know, did y'all mean a pill or before I go into y'all mean we were talking about a pill or something like that for men, right?
The pill shot, it don't matter.
That's about male birth control.
Yeah.
Right. Which has never happened. But they keep saying they're gonna make one every fucking 10 years.
Right.
Exactly. It just keeps happening, right? And the comment made is basically men won't put their drawers on. Now, they won't even change their drawers, right? It was funny, right? Because it was said about men. That was cool. We can make these jokes about men. We can speak on truths that we feel about men. But the moment we have some hard criticism for women, people want to talk about their single mama. Now, this is the problem that I got. This is the problem that I have. Because when we brought up Clara Thomas, one of the first things came out one of y'all mouths was he's a coon. But he actually is a man that's taking care of his business. He actually is a man that could be considered a good black man to look at as far as being successful. And you don't have to agree with everything he said, because I don't agree with the bootstrap.
What does being a father have to do with him being a Supreme Court justice? Those are two totally different things.
Sir, I'm not talking about
no, you can't. I'm just like Mr. Bennett said, y'all make these general statements that mean absolutely nothing.
You didn't mind making a general statement about men and drawers, so I'm gonna need you to keep that same energy. Now, this is what I'm saying.
Come on, because I'm gonna come with you.
That's fine. I want you to keep that same energy. But at the end of the day, when a black man is doing what we're supposed to be doing, what happens is now he's a coon. Now if he dates a white woman, he hates black people. No matter what a black man does, it happens to be a problem. When we bring up, okay, maybe if we remove Section 8, you know why people are reluctant to even have that conversation? Because the black women that are on it, we ain't trying to have it. It's every time we want to talk about what black women are doing wrong. And I'm not a proponent of always getting on black women, but if we're going to get on black men here, we're going to have to get on the other side. And every time we had these conversations, Mr. Bennett did it. And I know I like Mr. Bennett. I respect Mr. Bennett. But the point he brought up about what we were dealing with in the 1920s and why women had to make that decision, or not had to, but were in a situation where they were going to make that decision, we had compassion and understanding. When we talk about the crack era, when we talk about black men selling crack to women that were pregnant, selling crack to their brothers and sisters or whatever, we criticize them, as we should. But we have a soft energy when we talking about women. And I don't understand it, so somebody help me understand. And to the brother that said, and another thing, you identified that your mother was your father. Regardless of how great of a woman she was. I'm not here to talk about how great of a woman she was because I don't know your mother. I don't mean no disrespect. But at the end of the day, she wants your daddy. But to even say that is disrespectful.
Let me say this.
Straight up and down.
Here's where black people go wrong. We always trying to say when somebody calls somebody a coon, we talking about their entire life. That is not what we were talking about. We were talking about the decisions he has made being a Supreme Court justice as a black man. For him to come from the South. For him to come from the South. Okay, that's what we're talking about.
Y'all said men gotta be men. Bro, you said men gotta be men. You said men gotta be men. I never said men. No, because you have no idea where I come from. So you jap, bro.
Nah, bro. Nah, ain't no. I don't know what that slang you talking, but you can miss me with that because you cannot come nowhere even close with that generalization which you just made. And yes, my mom was my father. You can hate on it all you want, but yes, she was.
It ain't no hate. She literally wasn't. She literally wasn't. She was your mama. She was your mama. And weak ass niggas like you that come up and say that shit, disregard the black men on this panel that do what they supposed to do. You disregard. You disrespect black men on this panel when you say that straight up and down. That shit weak.
You miss me.
That shit
again. We gotta agree to disagree because that ain't going nowhere.
Black man, have a good. I gotta get back to work. I gotta go provide for my daughter if you don't mind. Y'all have a good
but CJ, I was gonna ask you a question about Clarence Thomas. He gets a reputation of being Uncle Tom because of some of the decisions that he's made.
No, I'm not even disagreeing with that, bro. I swear, I wasn't.
Yeah, and I get your point. I get your point every time. Yeah, I get your point.
We talk about like y'all, like people that sit here. I just heard y'all do it. Y'all to sit back and talk about men be responsible. Men take care of their business. And when Clarence Thomas say something like that too, it's like, damn, why don't you consider that? You always want to go to the thing you didn't like about him. I don't think the dude is I don't think he's the best man in the goddamn world, but at the end of the day, he's taking care of business. He's a better example than Lil Boosie, goddamn it, and we glorify the nigga. So what we saying?
I get you. I mean, because this is a point that we inside and myself have made on this show countless times now, is that whenever we start doing well, no one glorifies that. No one highlights it. No one highlights the successful men. But, you know, we're out on the street.
But you can't break the ladder when you become successful. You cannot kick the ladder off the roof because you up there by yourself.
Can you explain how he kicked the ladder? Can you explain how he kicked the ladder, sir?
Excuse me?
Can you please explain how he kicked the ladder?
Okay.
Can you please explain how he kicked the ladder?
And since the brother got off the phone, we're going to talk about it. During the hearings, when Anita Hill put out there who he was and what he was, who supported him? White people, the conservative white people. And then when he got up there in the 90s, it's out. Go Google it. He said, I'm going to make all the liberals pay. And you know what? And generally when he does that, it hurts black people. We're the last to get the crumbs in the cake. Everybody don't see that for some reason. Why don't you see that we're the last to get the crumbs? So what does Clarence Thomas do? He don't make laws easier or put in policies easier to help the black man rise. Hell no. I'm going to kick the ladder and hey, y'all just got to fend for yourself. That's exactly what he's doing. That is exactly what he is doing.
I'm going to say something, sir, and I'm probably going to get holy hell for this. But the reason why we as black people get the crumbs and we're liberals is because we do not appreciate power. We always come with some victim mentality bullshit instead of operating from a source of power, coveting power, and getting power.
All right, I'll answer your question more directly.
Information, man. Let me say something right quick, bro. Let me tell you something. I don't work for all the major networks in the field of broadcasting. Every time I go to work for them, it's probably 200. It's a crew of 200 people doing TV shows. It's 3 black people. I made the conscious decision when I got my power to start my own production company to bring in more black people, to educate them for free on how to do TV production. It ain't about power. It's about being conscious of your surroundings and helping your fellow man come up just like anybody else. That's what it's about. Everybody is not about power. There are people out here that want to help somebody else.
Sir, you are the 1%, and starting your own company is power. Starting your own business and empowering yourself and your future generations and your family, sir, that is absolutely power, and you're the 1%.
Okay.
There's not enough people like that.
Right. Let me answer your question more directly. remember there was a great black man named Thurgood Marshall, member of my organization, and may he rest in the mega chapter. And what he did is he was involved in very landmark cases, right? Board of Education, right? He was able to champion situations that did benefit black people. Clarence Thomas benefited from the very man that he stands on shoulders. Clarence Thomas. Matter of fact, I mean, not Clarence Thomas.
Took his place.
Thurgood Marshall. Clarence Thomas can't wear Thurgood Marshall's judge robe. He couldn't wear his pants, his drawers, whatever you want to call it, because he was dedicated to helping his people. And when he got up there at the highest level, he didn't turn his back on his people. You know what Clarence Thomas did? Clarence Thomas is from the South. He grew up on the hard side. He knew what was going on. But what happened? Clarence Thomas benefited from what people called affirmative action, which really was to give black people an opportunity who would have never have gotten that opportunity because they were black, not because they were not qualified. That's what Thurgood Marshall fought for, which he stands on that man's shoulders, and he doesn't stand very strong. He's weak. So when Clarence, I can't say this man's name.
Judge Thomas.
Clarence Thomas, when he got his opportunity and his shot, he turned around and started talking about that the affirmative action was bad and let's get rid of it. But this is what he failed to tell all of y'all. He was a benefactor of the very system that helped him to get to where he got, assisted him, that Thurgood Marshall and others like him worked on. He got his shot, and then he closed the ladder behind him and said, well, it was good for me. I got mine. It's that mentality. I got mine. Y'all better get yours. So I got it. I got here through this system too. I'm going to close it on everybody else. That's exactly what Clarence Thomas did. And then check this out. Do you realize that Clarence Thomas, and all the time he's been on that bench, he hasn't said shit for years, nothing. And then it's not until now that he now wants to start coming out with his opinions. Do you know he has sat on that court for many years and doesn't say anything? He goes with the status quo. That's why there is no black man on that Supreme Court as far as I'm concerned. Just because a man got dark skin don't make him black in spirit and heart.
Right.
He has been against his people, not with his people. So that's an answer to your question.
I got to respond to that.
I'm not signing.
Just because I see a lot of this, like economics was my discipline, and I saw a lot of these forces we're talking about at play. I want to caution against a lot of the points that were just made because we do not see a lot of the secondary effects of these feel-good policies because they often don't end up doing good. And I'll give you a quick example for affirmative action since we're on the topic. It was a well-intentioned policy to try and get minorities into places that they're disproportionately underrepresented in, right? But an unintentional effect of that was if you were a student, I'm going to use my local colleges as an example, you would have been a B student at the University of Minnesota. But affirmative action got you barely into Dartmouth or Harvard, and you were a C or a D student, or you failed out. What we saw was it put students into environments where they were more likely to fail. A lot of these students could have been straight A students at places like the University of Minnesota, but it pushed them into environments that they weren't prepared for. And so what it did was it tried to trim the leaves of the problems, and it forgot to hack at the roots. The roots are the education system in predominantly black areas. But what affirmative action did is it pushed all these students into areas where they were predestined to fail because they came from areas with shitty education. So I don't know much about these individual judges you're talking about, but as far as affirmative action goes, one thing that you see over and over and over in the discipline of economics is feel-good policies without do-good results. Right. And kills me because that's literally all of liberals' policies. Right. Is like,
well, let me just say this to you and rebut to what you're saying.
Yeah,
that's not what the true intention of what affirmative. See, people get this wrong, and they did the same thing here in California with Ward Connolly when they tried to say that black people, he cut the affirmative action program, saying that, oh, well, he's saying the same thing that you're saying, that it's usually people who are not completely qualified. And that's not always true. It was technically designed to give people who did not otherwise would get the opportunity, who were qualified because they were black. Remember, you should know who these judges are, my good brother, because you're standing on these shoulders. Period.
I do. I share a birthday.
And so these particular landmark cases really opened the door to giving black people who were qualified opportunity. Now, what it has become today, where I would agree with you, is yes, something that has good intentions can turn into something that becomes kind of crazy and out of control. I totally get that. But that's not really what it was designed for in the first place. And keep this in mind. Where did most of the black middle class get created at? It was black people getting government, going back to the government, getting government jobs and federal jobs. And those were black people who most black people who are in the middle class in the beginning got to the middle class due to those federal and state jobs and going to school and getting those opportunities. Without that, the younger generation would not be able to be where they are if the older generation did not sacrifice and have these kind of programs. We can debate about whether they're good and still relevant today, but it's a foundation. I'm simply saying that Clarence Thomas, he benefited from that, and he failed to mention that in his process while saying that it was bad, but he still benefited from it. It's the mentality. I got mine, you get yours.
Exactly.
Good luck to you. And that's our problem in our black communities. We have too much of this individual bullshit.
Yep.
Well, no.
And I respect you, brother, as a brother who has expertise in economics. I'm not trying to discredit you at all.
Yeah, I know, and all that is the thing I liked about it is I walked into the econ class thinking we're going to be finding equilibrium price of soybeans, and I just fall asleep the whole semester. But it was actually one of the first exercises we did was he set a sheet in front of us, and one of the variables, we're learning variables and how they affect each other, and one of them was the rate at which people cheat in marriage. And I was a freshman. I legit thought that I walked into the wrong classroom. I'm like, oh shit,
that's interesting.
Classic freshman mistake, right? But I was in the right classroom. The variables were husband's income. So like, as the income goes up or down, did people cheat more or less? Or religious involvement, as church visits per week goes up or down, did people cheat more or less? Years in the marriage, and you would guess what you thought. They would tell you the real answer, whether it was positive or negative correlation, and then you talked about why, and that opened my eyes to this explains criminology. I was asking questions like, why did my dad with a college degree and being a basketball stud on college campus end up selling drugs? And because that's the reason why I never had a father in my life. So it explains so much, from business to relationships to criminology. It's just cost benefit analysis. Interesting. I don't know. Again, I'm 30 years old. I don't know, and I haven't spent my spare time studying like memorization type things. I like learning like philosophy and market forces, because then when I am exposed to a new situation, I can use my philosophy to try and understand it. So, so my only pushback to that would be, if Clarence Thomas benefited from this, I agree that it would be hypocritical of him for him to abolish it. But if he benefited from it and then realized it was a net negative to his community, or at least thought that, whether it's incorrectly or not, then it would have been correct for him to remove it. So like, it's like saying, if I've received drug money, how could I be against drug dealers? And again, this is an oversimplification, but by that philosophy, it's still possible for me to turn around and say, yeah, selling drugs should be illegal. It's hypocritical for me to pocket the money, but most people are going to anyways, because we're people, we respond to incentives.
And thank you, guys, man. This conversation has been great. Listen, I have some people coming up in the back right that's going to ask some questions. We have the first person that's going to ask the panel a question. McQueen has to leave. So, Queen, thank you so much for being here. You look so eloquent and beautiful tonight, sipping out of that wine glass.
Nice meeting you, Queen.
Those gems. So, thank you for being here tonight, sweetheart. You want to give your final thoughts before you leave, and I'll bring somebody up to have the conversation.
And before you're muted, Queen, and before you answer, please tell Black Man to stop using big words. He sounds weird. You trying to sound smart. I mean, the glasses already.
I use big words because I'm talking to little people.
Oh, you're talking to Queen at the time, so you call her a little person?
I'm talking to your ass.
Oh, that's messed up, Queen. That's it, Queen. That's an insult. You're supposed to be kicking ass by now, Queen. What you doing sitting there?
Go ahead,
I can't do nothing but scratch my head on
Smack
that.
him on the back of the head.
You know how me and Mandrell get. You know how
I thought he said stop telling black men to use using big words. I thought he was talking about me and my rant. So I was like, hey, just because you couldn't understand, I was about to clap back.
Look, if we about to wind down, if we about to start with the questions, I'll hang on for a few minutes for questions.
Okay, absolutely.
Because I don't want to leave my queen hanging by herself. I'll never do that.
Okay.
So I'm good for a few minutes.
So we're gonna have.
Can I just say one thing real quick?
What we know, podcast coming in first with this question, but go ahead. We ain't signing real quick. What you got to say?
Well, I just want to kind of bolster what Devil's Advocate said about economic forces, and we have to understand economic forces dictate. Because I took public policy. That's what I did my graduate degree at. I took public policy, and economics absolutely dictates and enforces how people make. And that's when I talked about social policies, because economic forces in the job market dictates how many kids are being born, how people mate, and how people get together. And I'll close with that.
Good point. Good point. We ain't signing. Good point.
All right. So we got What We Know podcast in the building tonight.
Hello. Good evening, everybody.
What's going on, man? Hey, what is your? We'll have you up for your questions first, and then we'll get your question, and we'll get your answer.
Okay.
And then we'll move on to the next guest. Go ahead, guy. Go ahead.
Yeah. So my question was about the generational.
Slide over a little bit, brother.
Yeah. You can't.
Because what's happening is I know how you got your setup and everything. Just slide over a little bit. There we go. We can see you now.
See me? Okay.
Yeah.
It's good to see you too, by the way.
It's great to see you also, brother.
Go ahead.
And great to see everybody else on the panel also. But yeah, probably my question one of the things was when you guys were talking about the generation and the delineation from Generation X to millennial. Am I correct where the young brother was talking that Generation X was all the way to the 90s?
No, I said I did high school in the 90s. I said I was born in 1978. 1978 makes me Generation X, 43.
Oh, okay. All right, and because I know we was talking about the differences, and I also talked about that on my show also. But I was just listening in on that because that's around about the time when I came in and listened to you brothers that was talking about that. And basically, I don't have a question, but I do also I have more of a statement.
Okay.
And one of my, and I don't know if any one of you guys had touched on it, but one of my things was that I was listening to Information Man, and he was speaking about the differences between our generations and how we are affected by what's going on right now. So one of my biggest things is that is it really the social media that's really hurting us, or is it just the fact that we have so much access that we actually have it's easier to hurt each other, it's easier to hurt, or it's easier to to make this thing that's going on right now with even when you're talking about the differences between women and men, when you're talking about this whole thing with trans and all these different things, is it not the social media, but it's our use of the social media? Have you guys really looked at it that way?
I can answer that partially, at least. It's not. It's like Mr. Bennett and I have both said, and we ain't Sutton as well. I mean, and it's not just one answer. It's a combination of a lot. And one variable that people consistently leave out is that we have piss poor parenting going on. Piss poor. That's Thanks. One thing that I've observed that it's one of the constants in all of this. You know what I mean? Now it's not the cause, but it's associated. Just as social media is not the cause, it is associated. So social media is an association, but there are many associations that add up to these things. Like you take all of it, add it up, then all of that together is the causation. So you have to solve for a lot as opposed to finding one blanketed answer just like Queen Smiley said earlier. You know, you're not going to find one solution that's going to blanket all of it and just fix the issue. It takes a lot. The unfortunate part is it's going to take effort on a lot of people's parts, chiefly the parents. What are you monitoring on these kids' social media? Are you monitoring it at all? Why does your 4-year-old have a fucking cell phone? You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know, Nintendo is fine, but a cell phone, stop. Even with the Nintendo, you got to monitor that. You know what I'm saying? It monitors how much time they spend on it. If they're on it all day, then that's your fault. Why don't you buy an encyclopedia? And encyclopedia is free. You got Google. You know what I'm saying? And even with Google,
better than you can.
Right. And even with all these devices, you as a parent, you can go into the settings and put different blocks on what kind of content these devices are allowed to view. You know what I mean? Now, granted, when these kids get in school, the other kids in the school are going to expose you to your kid anyway. However, your lessons from the parent are going to be in that kid because you're the first teachers, the mother and the father. And if the kid's only with their mother, and if the kid's with a single mother, again, the mother's the first teacher of the child, which is her natural state anyway. Her natural job is to be the first teacher. She teaches art, culture, manners, etiquette, things like that. So, I mean, it's a lot that goes into it. You know, you're not wrong. No one on this panel has been wrong. Family Values brought up a lot of good stuff tonight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, I mean, when you start coming up with these start thinking solutions, you have to start by trying to find a solution to each individual problem. Unfortunately, it is something that's that tedious. Some of your solutions are going to cover 2 or 3 of them. Most of them are, unfortunately, we got a one at a time, most of it. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? So it has to be done your solution has to be done in stages. Just like the government moves, it moves in stages. When you look at the big picture and how they've been moving, everything has been done in stages. Look at how the Republicans took over the Supreme Court. It was done in stages. Clinton got in office. Let's block some of his nominees. Obama got in office. Let's block all of them, as many as we can. Trump gets in office 1 term, 4 years. He gets 3. Now he's out of office. You got Biden in there, who's a Republican. Okay, let's be real. He's a Democrat only in name. You're talking about the guy who single-handedly destroyed the black community, and you call him a Democrat?
I just would call him a Republican.
Yeah, he's a Republican. Let's be real.
Insult to the Republicans.
yeah, no, it's not. They know.
No, it's not because remember Biden used to run with a strong Thurman, an old school Dixiecrat.
Yeah,
he's the one that crafted that bill with those guys.
Here's the thing: he crafted those crack laws of the '80s that sent all the black brothers to jail. Then he authored the crime bill of the '90s, which kept us in jail.
He did it with prominent, prominent.
And back in the day, he was
Republicans like Strong Thurman.
Back in the day, he was an open segregationist.
Don't forget his vice president was in on that too. Hey, listen. So, What We Know podcast. Did you have
that's my answer podcast. Yeah, so that's my answer podcast. You're not wrong. Like I said, every one of these panels brought up good solutions tonight.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And no one's wrong because all of those are issues that add up to the problem.
Yeah, I got one more before I get up out.
Okay.
Where do you guys see the starting point of re-educating small communities and then as a big whole, America? Because right now there's a lot of things going wrong with how history right now, what we are doing is creating history, but we have so much more propaganda, in my opinion, than we even did back earlier in the early 1900s. And now they're keeping people from having real education. Right now, they're having, at this point right now, in my opinion, again, something that's going along the lines of Nazi Germany. Propaganda is taking over education. They're taking out even the basic history. But when we talk, like when you're having these small discussions here, which is actually global discussions, but they don't get the exposure that you would have where you have people that are using, I'm talking about hatred as information and as education. How do you guys see where the starting point has to be? Because we can't do what was done in the past. That's not happening anymore because people don't know anything about history.
Well,
where do you think our starting point has to be?
I'm not sure I understand your question, especially in regards to history, sir. Because you just said that we're not teaching basic history as if the history that we all grew up on was necessarily the right information. Is history more accurately taught today than it was back in the day? I think not.
No.
So then how can you make the statement then, respectfully, how can you make the statement that, oh, well,
and also, Mr. Bennett, history is taught by the victor.
I can answer that. I can answer that.
It was his story. So again, we can't say that, okay, today is propaganda, but what we all grew up on, many of us being Gen Xers on this panel, that wasn't propaganda that was taught to us?
No, what I'm saying is this. It was, at one point, it was illegal for Black Americans to be able to read. So they were hiding the books and everything, right? Now we have information right in front of us, right there in front of us. And you don't know what's real and you don't know what's not real right now.
Right.
So what I'm saying is that people were way more, they wanted to get information. So they hid and they risked their lives to read and all these things. Right now, you don't have anybody. I mean, I'm not saying anybody. I take that back. But you have very little people. It's more like, give me information now. Give me what I want instead of you fighting for it. We used to fight. Before it was more like we had this thing called conspiracy theory. Now it's not really a conspiracy theory anymore because what's in front of us, people are saying that it's lies. Everything is lies now. And we have way more access and it's much more easier to get information right now than it was then, but they were more resourceful back then. People today are not resourceful. All they're doing is just giving. It's kind of like they're being stimulated instead of being. You get what I'm saying?
You know why? Because remember,
disinformation, or there's a lot more channels where people are getting quote unquote information that may or may not be validated. But that still does not say or say that the information that we got back in the day, back we were all in school, was better or more accurate. It's just we didn't have. It's like back in the day, we only had 3 channels growing up, 2, 4, and 7.
That's true.
Now you have 200 channels, and everybody has their own point of view. But you know, we would trust Walter Cronkite at night, and he was the source all for information, and everyone thought he was accurate or not. So I think it's about the perception, how we receive information. We didn't have as many sources, but we find out later. We find out today that what we were taught back in the day wasn't necessarily accurate. So I think the whole history of this education, you can go to any point in history and say, again, history is his story. And the story changes from generation to generation, it seems like. So,
but I think it was said earlier that whoever gains the victory tells the story and paints the picture.
Tells the story.
And then it becomes culturally conditioning. But I would say this, the difference between the past generation and now is that if you wanted to study something, you actually had to go and learn how to use a library. You had to understand how to research. The problem today is that kids can just hit a button, push a button or do a Google and bam. And I think what's happening is, ask yourself, how many kids today, if you told them put your computer down, put your cell phone down, how many of them could go into a library and do hard old school research? How long would they last trying to do that? Would they get frustrated?
They don't even
because
know
before I was allowed to graduate from college at San Francisco State University,
we were things, sir.
I got a question.
Well, what I'm saying is that what I'm basically saying that.
What's that?
What I'm basically saying is, kids today. I'm not saying that the information is any better than what we got,
right?
Because they're still. I'm not saying that, sir, but I'm simply saying people, I think, are lazier now because everything is microwave. We live in a microwave world. Microwave food, microwave information. Back in the day, we actually had. Remember back in the day, Mr. Bennett, when you had those, what were those encyclopedias, and your mom or somebody would order it, and it would be like tons of volumes, right? We don't need that anymore because we push buttons. But the encyclopedia forced you to do what? Read, research, study, go deep into the books. We're more lazier with our technical.
Let me say this. Let me say this. Elon Musk said something about 6 months ago about children. He said it is a waste of time for kids to sit in school for 8 hours learning math and the breakdown of math, breaking down 6 different problems in one when they have a supercomputer in their hands. He said they should be learning how to do things that's going to make them 6 figures. They should be doing coding. They should be working on robotics. That he said, damn all of this division, do the number up here, break down the problem here, do this here, subtract this. He said they have that in their hands already. They don't need it. He said robotics.
We don't need colleges anymore. He even said that.
Yeah, he said that too. He said colleges are a waste of time and a waste of resources.
Wow. Can I say this too?
Family Values has something.
Yeah, go ahead, Family Values, baby. I'm
sorry. What was your initial question? Your question was, what was the solution to all of this, correct?
Where's the starting point? Right.
Okay.
Where's the starting point?
All right. And so what I believe is the best way to fix this is homeschooling. We should be teaching our own children and teaching them the things we know that is going to help them succeed. Because like you guys said, they're teaching things that aren't really used in real life anyways. It's a waste of time. Then they're spending 8 hours when it doesn't really take that long. It only takes that long because there's so many children in the classroom. When you have your parent there that could spend time with specifically you and knows how you learn, understands what your distractions or whatever that may be, and can work with you to make sure you get what you didn't get in the first place, it creates, like I've seen statistics that homeschooled children are always a lot further ahead than children that are in even in private schools.
Wow.
Because they're getting that 101 life skills from their parents.
You know where I see a problem with that is
family values. Let me ask this. The problem I see with that would be
what we know,
a lot of Black people don't have
continue?
the resources to do that.
What more?
Because of having mom and dad having to work 2 jobs. But I totally agree with the homeschooling situation. Solution. I think in the Black community, we don't have those type of resources where one parent can stay at home and teach that.
That's not true. That's an excuse because you can make the sacrifice. You don't have to live the way that you're living. I think a lot of us don't want to sacrifice for the betterment of the future of our children. We're thinking about now and our lifestyle. If we when there's a mom at home not working, there's 1 car. You don't need 2 cars now. There's she can help preserve energy in the home. She can make sure that things are being taken care of, and she can be frugal in the way that she lives. She can buy or plant her own food and things of that nature. It's called, we have to sacrifice.
Well, you're speaking married, right? Not public education.
You're speaking married couples.
All right, so hold on, y'all.
Hold that thought. Marriage, of course.
We got other people in the back. We're gonna continue that conversation. We'll hold that thought. What we know. Did you have anything else you want to add before I bring the next guest up?
Yeah. Yep. And I'm gonna go ahead and end this plane right here.
Okay.
I kind of agree with the young lady was saying, but this is where the problem is. You can't even get parents right now to even be active in their kids' schooling. You can't even get them to do that. They can't even tutor their own children. They don't want to have anything to do. And I agree with but that's the solution that I was going to, and that was kind of like where I was going with that. That's not probably a good thing either, because a lot of these parents don't have that type of education that they're trying to give their kids either, and they're lazy thinkers. You have kids, and I work a part-time job driving for kids that don't even know where they stay without a GPS within a 2 to 5 mile radius.
That's a damn shame.
College students, and these are
That's a damn shame. Back in the day, we knew how to walk home, go here, there. That's what I mean. The technology has made people lazy as much as it has given advancement.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm done.
I appreciate you. Hey, what we know, man. Thank you for coming on tonight, man.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate y'all, man.
You know,
we have Barbershop Friday. We have Barbershop Friday on Friday nights at 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. Mandrell, the guy at the bottom down here with the glasses on, it looks like Elmer Fudd. He's on Wednesday night at 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time as well. So you can come on Unapologetic with Mandrell and Shushu. He'll be on as well, man. So thank you for being here, man, and come back and see us, brother.
Oh,
absolutely. I'm already subscribed, brother.
All right, thank you so much, man. I appreciate you, man. Appreciate the love.
All right, huh?
You too, bro. All right.
Yeah, the next person I want to
wait
bring up.
until you see what I shoved that shotgun.
I see it now.
Bring up.
I see it
Y'all
now.
know this man. He don't have a big podcast. He has a little podcast. I seen your little podcast is in the building.
Podcast, you better come with a good question.
Yeah, what's your question, guy?
You know I'm on you. You better come with a good one.
Uh-oh.
My question actually goes back to the talking points about child deletion. I actually put it in the chat.
Okay, what is it?
So the question was, why should women have a right to abandon their responsibilities? Wait, let me preface the question without bringing up the 2% of women that go through grape or any of those type of situations, health situations.
Right.
The 98%. Why should women have a right to abandon their responsibilities after conception if men don't? Not to mention when we live in a society where men use the system itself to hold men accountable. So why should the women be able to use the system to hold men accountable and at the same time forego their responsibility?
To hold men accountable? What are you talking about?
What part of the country you in, bro? What part of the country?
I would like to answer that.
He's in Illinois, so you got to forgive him.
He's in it. Okay, because Texas is a whole different thing when it comes to family rights.
Yeah, you got to. Yeah, he's in Illinois, so you got to forgive him.
So I want to answer this question. So first and foremost, if from my understanding, I could be wrong, child support and things like that were for married women. If you're not married, if a man has a kid with a woman and they're not married, he is not a deadbeat dad. Rights should not be gender specific. If a woman can evacuate and go up for adoption, men should be able to financially evacuate and put it up for adoption or whatever, the same. We live in a law where there's equal rights. So whatever rights she can enjoy should be the same for the man. I think it's unconstitutional. I think it puts men in a secondary class citizenship. And quite frankly, it is absolutely kind of some kind of Gestapo method at its finest. Men should absolutely enjoy the same reproductive rights. I've been on this panel multiple times saying this. Absolutely should enjoy the same reproductive rights as their counterpart.
Ladies,
thank you.
I want the ladies
thank
to
you for
respond.
sharing. We ain't signing. And the podcast definitely agree with both sides of it. So I get it. Women should. Okay, I ain't gonna touch women, but let me answer your question. I think there's a point in this whole custody battle and all this other child support, blah 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 blah. That's something I ain't never truly, agree with either. So I don't agree with putting men on child support, and women don't come for me because I'm gonna mind my business. I want everybody else to mind theirs. Some people just don't have time for all of that extra stuff. Because you shouldn't have to force a man to do something, right? But I think there is an option for a man to also terminate his rights as a father, and men can give up the rights of being a father. So not saying that it's right. Again, I'm for life, but I also understand some, my body, my choice stuff. So I get it. I don't have a legitimate answer to why women legally can say, hey, I can make this happen, but men can't. But men do have rights too. And y'all can fight for those rights and also forego the option to just hand over custody.
Now, in that case, if a man gives over his legal rights to fatherhood, is he then still responsible?
He's not obligated to pay child support. Okay. He's not obligated to pay child support at all.
If she signed his name on that child support, he got issues.
So here's the thing. Child support ain't just no woman just went to somewhere and say, hey, I'm gonna put this man on child support.
Sorry,
even with the birth certificate, even if she signs his name on the birth certificate, that man can still fight that if he's not the biological father, or if he wants to hand.
Exactly.
It don't take 5 years in court. My oldest brother went through it. My oldest brother went through it. It didn't take him 5 years.
But
okay.
hold on. But wait a
He must
minute.
have the best of the best.
I mean,
But the average is 5 years.
Hold
The
on,
average is
son.
5 years.
Hold on, wait, son. But Queen, so you know I rock with you. You know I love you, right? But the thing is,
you love her feet.
You can't that part too. You can't use your brother as an example.
I'm not using him as an example to the status quo. I'm just saying it happens and it's possible. But I'm not using him.
5 years.
So for even me myself, like, yeah, that didn't work out. 2 different situations, and I didn't know what was going on until months after I was on, and I already owed money. So you know what I mean, like that. But the whole thing, what I really like to talk about more so than just laws is morality, right? Because I always mentally go back to a place where I feel like if we view each other differently, and we begin to value each other and treat each other with a level of respect and concern and empathy, right? Then it's some stuff that we won't even do to each other. And I think a lot of that has to do with getting past your own ego to think that you should have a right that someone else shouldn't have, or that you should be able to dictate what goes on for somebody else, but they shouldn't be able to dictate for you, right? Then so that I just kind of want to really know where people stood.
Can I just say something really quick about the men, you know, letting go their rights of paternity or of their children? That isn't all the way true. They can do that, but there has to be another father willing to adopt them. They will not terminate their rights unless there's another man ready to sign that.
What state do you live in, family values?
Excuse me?
What state do you live in?
Well, my experience comes from Pennsylvania, but that's not where I'm at.
Gotcha. No, I mean, I'm gonna look it up too because because I'm learning if it's a state, if it's another one of those issues, state by state.
I just dropped it in the chat.
When it comes to the minutia of the other rules
and all of that.
You just have to understand.
I was able to make it happen in Louisiana.
Texas is heavily weighted towards the woman. I've been through this. When you go into a family court in Texas, the judges automatically lean towards the woman's side, so the balance is not even. And then the man got to come in with all the proof and blood test and paychecks, and the woman just sitting there like, yeah. Right. And that's how it is.
And Byron, keep in mind, Byron, a lot of people don't believe when I say this. I told some people this on a platform before, and they said, you're lying. I said, look it up. There it is. They don't believe that in the state of Texas, if Mandrell and Queen were married, and they had a kid, and the kid was 4 years old. The kid became 14 years old during their marriage. They had 14 on the 14th birthday. Miss Queen smiled and said, you know what? I'm divorcing Mandrell for Mr. Bennett. And she goes over and be with Mr. Bennett, and Mandrell's by himself. She's gonna go put him on child support. And Texas say, I want that 14 years in retro.
You can't do that. We were married for the 14 years.
Sir, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. That's how it works. You
but
have
we
to
were married
understand
for
the
those
law
14
as a man.
years. How do I owe child support?
14.
I supported the child for those 14 years.
But they don't care.
They don't care.
That's insane. That's why I'm not moving to Texas.
But see,
that's why I'm not moving to Texas. Listen,
insane.
it happens, man. Accidents happen. Listen,
14 years arrears. That's what they want.
They go back.
Listen, Queen, if we make something shake, you got to move.
No,
I ain't coming there.
My jaw with that. Wow, like that's insane.
That's crazy, man. Yeah, you're your mind.
You know what's
but that's because
that's insane.
You know information, man. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna let you cook.
That's stealing.
One of the things that I also saw was a woman that was with her husband. She decided to leave her husband for another guy, whatever. She didn't want to be with him no more. As her daughter was 17. The daughter's birthday was 2 months away from being 18. She divorced him. She divorced him. She was going through the divorce, but she put him on child support 2 months before the girl's 18th birthday. They retro back 17 years.
They do it in Texas.
He owes 17 years of child support. Now watch this immediately. Now watch this. One of the ladies that I know that did this got into her husband. Her ex and her were single for a while. He ended up meeting this other young lady that looked 10 times better. The girl was bad as hell. Looked 10 times better than his ex, right? She found out about it at a barbecue when she for the daughter. They barbecue. At a barbecue. She was like, who is this girl? He was like, oh, that's who I'm dating. And then he asked the girl to marry him
Uh-oh.
2 months later, she said, "Oh hell no!"
Wow.
She went and put him on child support. 13 years of arrears, and then his mom passed away 2 months later. They took his mother's inheritance and gave it to her.
See, here's the thing, though. He shouldn't. Here's what he went wrong. He rubbed their nose in it.
Well,
that's what he did wrong right there.
Texas. That's Texas.
But still, he rubbed their nose in it. He's marrying a new woman.
Get the wrong judge in
You know what she said? I know her personally. You know what she said?
What?
She said, he ain't gonna be marrying another bitch and she getting my money. So I need to go ahead and get him now before he get married.
Your money?
Now,
really?
Now, Black Man,
that's inheritance. Come on.
Have you seen the one where they take the both spouses' income and give it to the woman?
Yeah,
they do that in Texas.
Same thing.
Yeah, you
They
get
do that
married,
in
you get
Louisiana,
remarried. They'll
too.
combine both of the spouses.
I'm not moving to Texas.
Yeah, Texas something else, bro.
Black Man, you and Sir Hill by yourself.
Yeah. Shit. Hey, that's why you gonna find. That's why some men in Texas have the mindset of I'd rather them find you stanky than you mess with my hanky panky. You know what I'm saying? Because dude, it is tough. It is tough when you with a woman for 14 years and she decides to leave you in the state and say, you know what? I know y'all were together for 14 years. I'm gonna do you a favor.
Y'all play too much.
I'm gonna give you 14 years of real. Matter of fact, he gonna owe $30,000 on the same day you put him on child support.
Y'all play too much in Texas, man. I ain't giving you anyway, podcast. What was your question again, brother?
So this was the thing I wanted to say, right, to kind of close that one out, was that I submit that if you, I think they should probably put some measure for it, that if you've ever deleted a child, then you automatically aren't able to receive child support because of the fact. Well,
can't do that, man.
Well, well, okay, it's cool, but I just let me.
No, I mean, I'm going to ask you a question.
Yeah, let him cook.
Yeah, I'm going to ask you to justify that.
Because the reason is you can't hold someone accountable when you're not.
Oh,
you're telling someone that they made a baby, and so therefore they should be responsible for that baby, but you chose not to be. That, to me, that's just not right. You shouldn't have that say so. Right?
But one circumstance has nothing to do with the other.
It does to me. It doesn't matter. Like, that's just the way I.
But again, how do you justify that when one circumstance has nothing to do with the other?
Well, you feel that way, but I don't.
No, I'm asking you. It's not the way I feel. It's a fact.
Right. Okay. But it's almost like when a person goes to jail and they get a felony, and then they say you can't vote anymore. Well, one thing doesn't have anything to do with the other. But
yes, it does.
But sometimes when you do certain things,
it does.
You lose certain privileges. Well, not to me. So
hold on.
Well, fact is a fact podcast.
Here's a couple of things, Black Man.
Well, the fact is a fact podcast. I mean,
hold on, Mandrell. You know what? I'm gonna say something to what you just said. The information man gonna want to get in on that too, Mandrell. So we're gonna let him cook for a little bit. But watch this. It's amazing to me that the country that we live in will put you in jail. You get a felony. You come out of jail. They take your right to vote, but they still take your taxes when you work.
That don't make no sense.
Yes, it does. You're a felon, and that's one of the penalties of being a felon.
Right.
So you mean tell me if I went to jail at 15 years old, 16 years old with a felony, when I get out as a grown man and start my life over, I can't get a job, I can't vote, and
you get a job, join the military.
Right. Hold on, but here's the thing, though.
So, you have avenues out of here. Start a business.
So watch this, right? On one hand, we're saying you committed a crime. You didn't commit a crime against voter registration. You just committed a whole nother crime that don't got nothing to do with voting.
Exactly.
And you think that it makes sense for me to not to be able to vote, but you can't see the correlation between an unaccountable person trying to hold somebody else accountable.
Here's the thing. If a woman gets pregnant, right? She conceives a child, but then she chooses to terminate that pregnancy, right? She then later down the line, keep in mind, I'm not saying that I agree with any of this. Mm-hmm. Keep in mind, and so later down the line, she meets a fella, they fall in love, they engage in coitus. A child is conceived. Again, this situation has nothing to do with the 1 years before.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so she gives birth, right. The guy leaves. She files for child support. No one knows that she had an abortion. There's no record of it. So how do you? So again, how do you hold someone accountable if you even here's okay? Let's say there's a record. There's a big database of people who are getting terminations, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, what does the first termination have to do with her current circumstance? Nothing. Whereas if you commit a felony, You already know that. Hold on. Whereas, in contrast, you commit a felony for whatever reason. It could be out of survival, but you get caught.
Or it could be that you broke a glass door and they charged you
again, it could be for any reason. So you get convicted, you serve time. You know the rules, okay? It's in the Constitution that if you're incarcerated, you can be a slave. You can be put under slavery. We know this. It's in the Constitution. So your right to vote, gone. We know that. It's been like this since time immemorial in America. We know these are the rules, established rules. But you committed a felony anyway. You made a conscious choice to do so.
That's
for whatever your reasons are. It's not a terrible argument. It's absolutely fantastic.
Because you're arguing, you're saying that, oh, we know this is the rule, so therefore that's why you deserve the punishment.
No, I didn't say you deserve the punishment. I actually agree with you. I think that if you're a felon, that should never negate your right to vote because you're still a citizen.
Right.
Okay. I'm just preparing your mind to make this argument.
Advocate job.
Yes, because these arguments.
The bad thing is they're taking taxes out of your check and paying the chief you can't vote for.
Here's the thing. Like I said, I agree with you. They should be able to vote. I don't think you should lose your rights just because you've been in jail. I'm preparing podcasts because he's going to go somewhere else and make this argument. I'm trying to prepare the brother so he doesn't.
State of Florida,
so he doesn't embarrass himself.
I didn't want to argue about it.
Oh no! I'm just giving you something to think. It's also something to think about. How do you justify that? Because one circumstance has nothing to do with the other.
Now, hold on, in the state of Florida, Mandrell, the state of Florida just passed a law that their felons can vote now. Now they opened Pandora's box.
But it took a long time to get to that point.
A long damn time. But now if you're a felon in the state of Florida, your ass can go vote now. So
as well they should be.
The information, man, go ahead.
So this is perfect that you segue into me saying what I'm going to say before I drop off for tonight. It's a great show tonight. I hear these conversations all the time, all over YouTube. In the manosphere, they have these conversations just all over. At the end of the day, the difference between men and women is that women advocate for what they want. Women will get out in the street in droves. They'll promote and push their narratives and what they want, while we as men sit back and get upset and say, why did the women get this or why are they getting this? Because we don't take our black behinds collectively as black men and as men in this society, and we don't lobby these politicians to change these unfair, restrictive family court rules. The only way it's going to get changed is that you got to lobby and put pressure on these politicians and be able to show the data of how men are being ruined. This is why the younger generation of men growing up today don't want to get married. They don't want no part of marriage, because they don't see the benefit to them. They see what has happened to the older generation, Gen Xers. They watching their fathers, they're watching their uncles, and they're saying, damn, I don't want that to happen to me. What happened to him? Yep. So we either have to make better decisions and talking to the women before we pregnate them or marry them and find out from the get-go, where do we stand in a divorce? Should we have something written on paper that if we get a divorce, this is how things are going to go down? Men have to protect themselves, and we also need to advocate to possibly, I don't hear anybody talking about this, what we should do to try to see if we can change these laws. Because laws get changed when women get out. I mean, Roe versus Wade, we were talking about that earlier tonight. The reason why you had Roe versus Wade is because you had, even though it's been stripping down, you still had women in the beginning who fought to say, we want this to be law.
I got your answer.
So what are we going to do as men?
I got your answer. Here's the thing. Thing is, you already answered it. We have to lobby. We cannot get in the streets and march anymore. That's going to do nothing for men. It works for women, but men have to fight in a different fashion.
Yes,
they see us coming a mile away. That's a technique we've used since the 50s, 60s, marching and carrying on. That's not going to work for us anymore. Number one, no one cares about men's issues. They're not going to give a shit. So we do have to lobby. And lobbying is a different animal altogether. So that's how we have to change our tactics in the way we fight. We cannot fight the same way unless we're using it as a distraction to keep them, hey, look at this over here while we're over here doing the real work.
Well,
and that's the only thing we use marching for.
I don't necessarily think that marching will actually be the approach. This is the thing. This is how I look at it. Am I right or wrong? The majority of the people who make the laws in this country are men like us, right?
No. Not like us, but they're men.
Well, what I mean is they're biologically men. I'm not talking about beta men. I don't get into all that alphabet talk because I think it's a joke. Because I'm just saying they are men ultimately, right?
Right.
These are men. Women don't control the government. Think about it. Women don't control the government, but somehow women have been able, through whatever their movements, to make some things change in the law that favored them. Although they law.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, here's your answer.
You see what I'm saying?
They made it worth. Here's how they did it. Here's how they did it. They made it worth their while.
Mandrell,
when they get out there. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
It just goes back to what you just said, Mandrell. Maybe we need to lobby these male politicians.
We need to form a lobby.
I'm pretty sure some of these politicians have been raked over the coals themselves in a divorce. What I'm saying is we should be appealing to their sensibility as men to understand our plight. I'm not just talking about black men. I'm saying men in general. Cross. Well, what I'm saying is men. I'm saying not just black men, but men across the board, no matter what race you are, need to build coalitions. Just like you got the NRA that lobbies these politicians because they got power. Men across the board in this country need to build coalitions to change these laws. Because if we don't, and we don't get 50-50 custody, it's going to keep happening. Some of y'all who got sons right now, they going to be crying the bruise. They going to be on social media like us saying the same damn thing.
We have to make it. The ultimate thing is.
Hold on. So, your podcast, you good? You got any more questions for us?
I did kind of want to ask you something about the.
Hey, we got somebody backstage that's disagreeing with you, information man. So give me a minute. Somebody want to confront the information man.
Disagreeing with them too.
Go ahead.
So you're saying that men shouldn't? Are you saying that men should not come together in coalitions
we're not
to change the laws? That's wrong.
Hold on, podcast. It's your approach. What you're presenting to them. That's not going to fly. Now, lobbying, all that, yes, we're with that.
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
No, what I'm saying is the message that you taking to them. Here's how that works. You say, listen, here's the cause. Here's some laws we need some things we need to change. We're looking to change, and we have to present them with something that's going to be worth their while.
Well, ultimately,
it can't be appealing to his sensibility as a man, because as a man, his circumstances is totally different from ours.
That's semantics. What I'm
just
saying,
going to jump in.
At the end of the day, what I'm saying is, men build coalitions.
What you're saying is,
and change the laws.
Mandrell was saying is
simple as that, man.
You have to rebrand it as beneficial to women because no one.
I'm not saying get on your knees and beg them. I'm saying, okay,
so
I get that, but we still need to. But nothing. Look. We live in a society that has rules and laws and governments. Nothing can be changed if we do not change the laws through our coalition and lobbying, period. Other than that, you're just talking. We're just talking up here.
Information man, hold on.
You're saying the same
Hold on, devil's advocate, because I'm about to drop
dude, I am talking. Literally, Mandrell said I'd go and you guys went back and forth.
Believe me, I feel your pain, bro. I feel your pain. Information man and Mandrell just bogarted my whole segment, so it's okay.
All right, brother.
I just want
apologize
to you real quick, yo. The thing that I have an issue with what you're saying,
right after him jumping
I
in.
hate that I won't
you apologize, of course.
Is the fact that
Third
we're
time.
asking them to you're saying we should lobby with lobbyists or whatever politicians to make laws to protect us against women. I'm not saying
change the family court laws.
Wait. I'm not even saying that you're wrong. I'm not even saying you're wrong.
Okay, then what are you saying?
To say that bothers me, bro. Like, the fact that we can't appeal to our own women, but that we have to try to go and create laws to protect us from their choices. I think we need to.
Well, what I'm saying is, if men are going to get on social media, which I don't tend to do, and we're going to whine and cry all day on social media about, well, the laws are against us in the family courts. The family courts don't change unless the laws change. And how do you think the laws change, brother? They're not going to change by us just sitting back and saying, okay, maybe they'll understand that men are getting raked over the coals. They're going to change when you make change through your coalitions. Now in a perfect world, it'd be great if we could talk to our women and not have these situations. Now, I'm a lucky one. When I was married and I got a divorce, me and my wife, we had all this stuff planned out. So I didn't get raked over the coals in my divorce. I'm taking care of my daughter. I don't have these problems. Plus, this is the key thing I said earlier. I said, if we can't get 50-50, I got 50-50 custody. So my ex-wife can't just do anything to me. So I got legal connection. You see what I'm saying? As well as my emotional connection to my child. So I can fight it, anything that goes wrong in my situation. But there's a lot of men running around who, A, don't even have 50-50 custody or even full custody of their kids. So therefore, in the eyes of the court, you have no power, brother, at all. That's why we get raked over the coals.
Fire, bro. I understand all
okay,
that.
So then how do you change that? If you can't appeal to your women to change that, you got to appeal to the laws.
Okay, so what I'm saying is
that's common sense,
brother. Okay, what I'm saying is this though. I literally said out of my mouth that it's not that I disagree with you. I don't know why you're so aggressive.
I'm not aggressive, brother. I'm talking just how I talk. Period. Whether you like it or not, no, never mind me.
I want to say this in regards to women in laws. So anytime a law is put in place, to essentially, like, it's a reaction to some type of action. So y'all saying, hey, men need to fight against laws to protect them from women, essentially, or whatever the case may be. But those same laws that were put in place to assist women where some women take advantage, those laws were put in place to protect women, essentially. So keep in mind that something happened because of, it was a reaction to something that was going on. So back in the day,
I disagree with taking away welfare. I don't think that makes any sense. But my real quick, Queen, and I 1,000 pardons for cutting you off, but I really just wanted to get this out, is that, yes, the laws are messed up. But here's the thing. If my baby mama never went to the court, I don't get put on child support. It's not like child support just comes on because there's a law that says it's possible. The woman had to go down there and put me on it. And that's what I'm saying. The one thing I don't really disturbs me about the YouTube space and the quote unquote manosphere is that we speak as if we have to treat women as if they are the enemy. And
I'm not manosphere.
I'm not you, and that's what I'm saying. Like, so if it don't fly,
I don't get the point.
Let it fly. What I'm saying is that I'm listening to what you're saying, and in my head, information, man, I'm speaking to you directly. I'm listening to what you're saying in my head, and I'm like, man, he right. But then I'm thinking about who we need to protect ourselves from, and that bothers me. Why do I? If Queen and I have a baby and she never mentions my name to these people, I don't have to worry about the child support people railroading me, right? So at what point, I guess I'm asking, bro, what is a solution? What can we do to get through to our women to better our relationships? I mean, I got a panel too. I got a show too. I'm trying to get views too. But is it so boring to have a conversation about healing in the community? Because I really would love to have that. Because
I think having an honest conversation with our women.
I'm trying to, information, man, 100% full transparency.
Right, brother.
I'm trying to heal with my own woman, bro.
Right.
I'm trying to figure out how I can heal it with my woman. I've healed it with one of my kids' mothers. I haven't healed it with the other one. And then I'm going through it with my own woman, bro. And I'm in the process of healing with my mama. I don't want to be into it with women, bro.
I hear what you're saying. You basically saying we shouldn't have to go to law to fight against our women when we should be able to have a conversation with our women, come together with them in unison, understand each other, listen to each other, so that it doesn't even come to that. And I'm saying to you is, I'm a living example of that. With my ex-wife, we were able to talk and not let the courts get involved in our situation to create problems. We were able to have that conversation. But I think even though the relationship didn't last past the 15 years, we still said, because we saw what happened to our other friends, we didn't want to behave like that because it's about our child. Put our little petty differences aside for the child. So as a result, I'm one of the lucky brothers because I was able to have that conversation with my ex. And I hope that many brothers could do that.
I just want to say thank you to her thank you to you and thank you to her, man, for taking that stance and protecting, you know what I'm saying, you all's relationship as well as your children's feelings and their development, man. I think that's really big, and I salute you and her
Can I say something really quick to podcast?
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I agree with what you're saying. We do need to work together and, you know, work together with the people we're making babies with. But at the end of the day, that woman will have the leverage. She will have the power over you. So if anything were to happen and she was upset, she has the power to control, because she can threaten to do whatever because the law is on her side. So at the end of the day, Information Man is correct. You guys need to lobby, and you guys need to get these laws changed if that is a problem. You know, if that's something that is an issue with you all. I do get what you're saying, though. We need to work together, but at the end of the day, the women have the leverage right now.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say this before everybody, we can't go into Dusto. My grandfather used to say this all the time to the younger men. My grandfather say, son, even if you're not with her, you might want to try to have a good relationship with her, because she's one tear or emotion away from ruining your life. Mm-hmm. And he's right. There's a lot of women that, and just think about it, the podcast.
That's tough,
right now, man. You could be a great man to your ex, and you meet a beautiful woman and you're about to get married. All it takes for her to do, one of her friends to say, girl, he ain't marry your ass. And all it takes for her to do is say, that motherfucker, you're done. And her friends gonna ride in the car with her down there to put your ass on it. You're one. My grandfather said you're one tear and one emotion away from being fucked. And that's why I said it should be stricter rules for them to put you on it, because sometimes they put you on this shit just to prove a point. Like Family Value just said, to have leverage. Oh, you want to get married? Oh, okay. And in 3 weeks. Hey, are you Mr. Podcast? Yeah, that's me. You've been served.
That's how the child support came.
That's how they get
you. Mr. Podcast.
Yeah, so
that's how my child support came. I swear it is.
But Dusto, you had a disagreement with this information, man. I'm glad you're here. Thank you for being here.
Man, what up, bro?
What you got, Dusto?
I got about I'm gonna consolidate about 78 disagreements in one.
Okay.
Why is it that I can come on the panels? I could actually act out any scenario that y'all want. It's getting to that point. Haven't y'all heard the same thing the same way from the same people every day? You know how this works. We need to change the laws. No. The people who are changing the laws, they are men. Unfortunately, they're wearing dresses. The only thing you can control is yourself in the mirror. You can lose weight. You can make more money. You can make yourself more attractive. You can increase your emotional intelligence and start to have better discernment to how people are. They say the same things and they move the same way. They're the same people.
Laws matter, though, Dusto. You can't go because the laws matter. Like right now, you're going to run a red light, they're going to pull your black ass over. The laws matter.
Yeah, that's another one. When we talk about law, the next word that's coming is either black or white supremacy is coming.
No. What I'm saying is,
nobody has said nothing about white supremacy.
Right. Anybody said what
are you talking about?
What I'm saying
but it was going to come in about 10 minutes.
No, it didn't. We have had no conversation about white supremacy tonight, brother. What are you talking about? Why are you trying to throw that out there? We have not had one word about white supremacy.
Not one.
Not one. So you need to stop that narrative right now.
Okay. Fine, because it was coming anyway, because it's the same thing. These conversations are the same thing. Well, these women, when you make the baby mamas, they run down to the... Okay, stop sticking your meat in there.
Well, Dustin, give me a second. Family Value says she has to...
in court.
Hold on. Family Value says she has to take off. She has mommy things to do.
Hey, thank you.
Mommy wife things to do. So
hold on.
You want to give them final words or?
Hold on. One question for Family Values. Family Values. Are you running to the system? Are you actually going to sleep? Because tomorrow you're waking up to go get the system on your man. Is that what you're doing tomorrow?
No, I have a good protector provider right here. He does his job. I wouldn't do that to him.
But Dusto, she did just say that though. And like I said, you're one tear away. I just said it. Dusto, if you got a kid right now, bro, if you had a kid with a woman right now, y'all didn't work out. Say you didn't work out and you a great dude. You 6 feet tall, you work out every day, you eat lettuce every day, you good, right? And then
that's why I don't have any kids.
Huh? I know you don't have any kids, but I'm
That's
saying
why.
is you're talking from a single man's perspective, and you're
My
not
point exactly.
from a
You
perspective
talking
of a
from a
man.
perspective that don't want kids, bro.
Right, yeah,
I'm talking from the
right.
perspective of the man. One dude is in court, one dude is at the beach. I want to do what the guy did who's at the beach, not what the dude did who's in court.
But that's not.
Well, I want a
reality.
legacy. I want a legacy.
Yeah, but if we're talking about this
family values.
issue, then
All
we
right,
are
bye.
talking
Thank
about
you.
men. Oh,
Thank you for coming.
take care, family values.
Thank you
Great,
for coming,
great
family
hearing from you,
values.
sister.
Appreciate it.
But no,
If we're
so
talking
nobody-
about this
nobody-
issue
wanna
is
bring
about
someone else
men.
up on the panel. I'm gonna bounce too. But,
Okay,
Okay,
hey,
all right,
Mr.
Mr.
Bennett,
Bennett. Thank you, Mr.
nice
Bennett.
talking to you, brother.
Appreciate you guys.
Always respect to you. Yeah, I mean, this is an issue for men who are in these potential situations. So obviously, you're talking it from the perspective of a man who's single. You don't have kids. You don't have those kind of concerns. But however, you may not have those concerns now, but it doesn't mean that you could not have those in the future if you were to take part in a relationship with a woman and maybe you've had sex and then maybe a child comes about. Any of these things, scenarios could happen. So I respect your position as a single guy, but
it's not.
We're not talking about single guys.
When you say maybes, bro, no, like when you say maybe, bro, it's not a maybe in the sense of maybe you'll find a woman, maybe you won't. It's when you make the decision to be with the woman, and marriage doesn't save you. I can't stand when people say that. It does not. If the relationship does not work, the result can be the same. All she has to do is feel a way about you. My ex-wife actually told me I would never put you on child support if you take care of your kids. And the problem with that is she determines what taking care of your kids is.
Right.
I give up. You know what? Everybody, let's just go ahead and be raw dog Ronnies. Just fire off and let the system run its course.
Raw dog and my wife.
Hold on, I'm saying, what about men that have been married and marriages didn't work and they had kids with their wife?
I wasn't talking about what I was talking about is this. There's family values, there's security boss, there's some of these people, there's these women. My sister and my mom. What are these women doing? The ones who aren't getting the system on their man. Who are those women? How do they think? What do they smell like? What do they do? What can I do to at least make the best effort to make sure I'm dealing with these type of people and I'm not out here raw dogging and volunteering?
What's the characteristics? Can you tell us that? Like what does that look like? Tell us.
If it's so important, why didn't you ask family values while she was on the panel? But spend 45 minutes.
Because she didn't say it. Because she didn't say it. You did. You did.
The fact that you're asking the question, you're proving my point.
No, we're trying to get your perspective on what that.
It ain't that I don't know, nigga. It's that I'm asking you.
Yeah, what's your answer for it? Like our answer might be different from yours. So I mean, what's your answer?
My answer for what are these? Okay, what kind of questions are you asking the women?
Like, what do you
ask them about their exes?
All right, bro.
Ask them why they broke up. With the best thing you can find out is what happened with the last few people that they dated. That's 80% of it right there. If they tell you it was raw dog Ronnie was the last boyfriend 6 weeks ago, what do you think? Really?
Well, Dusty, I agree with you. I said earlier tonight that men, we should assess the women or people that we get involved with. We should take our time and not rush into anything. So I agree with that. You should investigate anybody that you're getting involved with. You're actually right about that.
Right. And I'm just saying, you can end up getting in the, but I'm just saying, are you doing everything you can to avoid the system and the gender war and all the garbage to begin with? I think
the answer is you find a good woman, y'all better work. That's how I look at it. Like, because at the moment that the relationship ends, if that happens, that's where you have a problem. I didn't get put on child support when I was in a relationship. When it was over, that's when it happened. So basically what you're saying is choose the right woman and don't leave her.
What I'm saying is a few things. Number one, you can't control another person, but you can make yourself the best of you. Even if you're with somebody and man, I want to change this person because all you can change is yourself. Who taught me that? My parents. They were having problems with their marriage. He told me this back in 2006, 2007. Things are getting rocky in the marriage. Not like rocky, because every marriage is tested. My mom was trying to change something about my dad, and he wouldn't change it.
Pastor told her, you can't change this man. You can only change yourself. Sit down, had a conversation, work on the thing that you're doing to make yourself a better, more appealing person to make him want to change. And it worked. But what do I see in the spaces? Dudes saying the same thing, looking the same way, actually getting more dusty. 3 days more dust, saying the same thing, mad at the women. Why? You know who these women are. You've already identified them. 3 days later, you're sliding in the DMs. Hey, man, what's good? Let me come here. And they're still going raw, complaining and talking about
let me talk from an HBO standpoint instead of a Disney Plus one. Because I once was married and I had children with my wife. And when we got a divorce, she found out I was dating someone else, and she put my ass on child support, and I was there for my children. Right?
Fiendish Dr. Wu needs to mute.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute him.
Mandrell, can you mute?
He over there jacking off. But yeah, I also she put me on child support for no damn reason. And I'm like, damn, wait a minute, I got served. I said, what the fuck? I spend time with my kids, I go pick them up, I take them shopping, I buy them clothes. What's the problem? And she did this, and you know what she said to me? She said, you be putting that money into that bitch, and you didn't put that money. I said, whoa, this is not even your character.
This goes back to initially one of the gentlemen said it earlier, being able to vet the people that you deal with.
Did you see any of that?
You can't vet
any of that?
Here's the crazy part. Y'all saying y'all can't vet a woman. Guess what? We can't vet men either.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? We can ask people whatever we want to ask people.
When we were
people
together, it was good. When we decided not to be together, it was okay. It was until the trigger happened when she found out I was talking to her, being with another woman.
Look, and it's similar to the trigger that happened in men when women decide to move on and don't even be bothered with y'all. It's the trigger that happened in y'all where y'all come back through sliding in the DM saying, hey, what's up? And things didn't work. It goes both ways. Men and women, there's no difference in a man and a woman except for the physical.
I'm not calling anybody else specific. I'm just talking about,
you know,
somebody over there is getting married. They're going to keep their marriage working.
Hold on, let me finish my HBO movie here.
Go ahead, HBO movie.
After that happened, and she put me on child support, it broke my heart because when I felt like I was on child support, and when you're on child support, you feel like you ain't worth the shit, like you ain't doing shit. So I'm like, damn, I know I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. I don't want to be on this shit. So I sat down for a little bit. You know I need a tenant, don't you, Queen?
Black man.
You know attorney.
My ex-husband said he was gonna get her to manage our divorce.
But, okay, right. So she the one handled everything for me. I went to court, guys. Let me get the solo camera because I need you guys to hear this.
Do your thing, baby. Do your thing.
I went to court, ladies and gentlemen. And I got custody. I fought for about 3 years, but I got full custody of my children. I put in the work and got custody. I'm not going to sit here and pay child support when I know I ain't supposed to be paying it.
Hallelujah.
And guess what?
That work.
And guess what? I told her I don't want child support from you. But Anita said, hell no, I'm getting it anyway because she would do it to you. And I said, well, I don't want nothing. Okay. And I got I got custody of my kids, and they were 7 and 6. Now they're 15, and the one about to be 14. My daughter about to be 14. Guess what?
Hallelujah.
Guess what? She ain't paid a dime. 40,000 in the hole. And guess what? And guess what the child support people said? We can't find her. I think she's switching jobs or hopping.
Did they take her license? Did they suspend her license?
But back in the day, but no, ma'am. But back in the day, if you want to find Bin Laden, you can send a child support people. They'll find his ass. You tell me they can't find a girl walking around at a job. Stop it. And when you call the girls on the phone like this, oh my God, you calling again? What do you want? What do you need? The same girls answering the phone doing the same shit.
But see what they'll do with that conversation is
I live in Texas.
Look, it's 90% men on child support, bro. It's not a big percentage.
Like you, black man, and my child support is more than my rent, brother.
I didn't mean to laugh. I sneezed.
No, it is funny.
I do know one thing.
Because I'm like, how in the hell are y'all getting away with fucking robbery? This is highway robbery.
100% of the men on child support have kids. That's true.
What?
Hey,
no, it's not. No, it's not.
Not
No,
necessarily.
here's the thing.
Okay,
Dusto.
upper 90s.
No, Dusto. There are men. Hold on. There are men on child support. Hold on. Let me give him a mic. There are men on child support paying child support for children, and they never even had sex with the woman.
Yep, exactly.
What
There's
about
a
the
lot of men out there like that.
What about the men that have paid child support for kids and then they find out that the child wasn't theirs, but the court still have them pay because of the emotional attachment that the court will say that you have to the kid? How about that?
You should
Black Man Unfiltered. I got to drop off though, brother.
Oh, yeah,
I just want to give you all the respect.
That's your information, man.
Great show.
Good night, man.
Thank you, everybody. It's been a great discussion.
Jenny,
Much respect to everybody.
I
Peace.
was just about to say it, but Jenny
Well,
put
just
it in
like
the
I'm
chat.
saying, if women are that bad,
but I have a question. If I may.
Look what Jenny just put in the chat. That's what I was going to bring up. In the state of Michigan, Dusto, if you go to Michigan, don't go to Michigan, Dusto, because it's going to change your life. If you go to Michigan and you go to a bar and you have a drink, and a lady see you and say, "Damn, that bald head, sexy chocolate motherfucker, fine," and you say, "Nah, I'm good. I don't mess with Dustos," and she said, "Oh, okay," and she go have sex with the next man that night, and she said, "What was his name? Oh, it's Dusto Williams." Okay.
But
soon as she get pregnant and have that baby, they're gonna say, "Who's the father?" She gonna say Dusto Williams. They're gonna put your fucking name on that damn birth certificate, and they're gonna send you child support papers. And that's a law in the state of Michigan right now.
So there's a law you can throw anybody's name on the child.
Yes.
If that's the case, why don't they start with the Detroit Pistons and Detroit Lions?
Huh? They do it to me. I'm telling you, this a law right now.
Well, hold on, I have a question.
Go ahead, Jedi.
I'm just kind of confused what we're arguing about.
Jedi, there's always an argument about something. But my thing
About
is,
something that ain't got nothing to do with the topic.
That's
women are that bad.
Nothing. I'm like, well,
the only other option is men.
So
no, listen. This was
Jedi got the mic. Go ahead, Jedi.
No, because my point is like I'm kind of confused. It's like where we kind of went off the rails here because I'm just like, what are we arguing about? We're talking about responsibility on women during this issue with the Roe v. Wade, or we're talking about what men responsibility contributing to that issue happening in the first place. You know, I've been talking about this thing this whole day about in terms of the responsibility that women have because of this issue. And now you've seen there's also news about them reducing contraceptive, Plan B pills and stuff like that in stores, only limited to 3 people. But my thing about this is now someone, talking about this being a morality conversation. It's just thing is that you've seen the level, the playing fields are now being leveled. What I mean by that is terms of as much as men would be in a situation where this is unfair, women are now put in this situation now they're complaining it's unfair. Welcome to being a man in America. And what I mean by that is that we're seeing this level when we play in this game of life, we get surprised when we won that prize, i.e. the child. So what I'm saying when it comes to two different perspectives from a man's point of view is that, okay, we understand what led to that contribution, like that our seed to basically creating that life. We understand. But to the point of a woman talking about, okay, we cannot restrict you of your choices of, recklessly giving your womb to somebody and not having anything of actually protecting and defending your body from knowing, hey, I'm not gonna get pregnant from from someone who I don't want to have children with. It's just going back to our choices. It's like this is the whole thing we're complaining about men. You're complaining about child support, but yet you're so reckless with your seed, not having sexual discipline. And I'm not trying to argue about this whole thing about what about the women? What about the men? To Dusto's point, I mean, if you just terms of vetting these people,
bro.
Right, just vetting people in these relationships and stuff, and knowing what this person's about before the act, before having the child in the first place, then we really would not be in this situation. Now in these extreme,
real quick, bro, I want to push back on that part because I'm gonna go back to this. Most men in these situations are ex-husbands, and these women are ex-wives. In your marriage, you guys could have agreed to, like I did. We agreed not to be together. Once we were not together, we had a great relationship for the children. We took them out together. We still took them to the zoo together. We was loving on the kids. And when she saw me dating someone else, that's when I saw something different that I've never seen.
Yeah, hey, black man, I'm more targeting the young and the reckless stuff.
Stop. Well, what you got pushback on me for?
No. I'm talking about pushback on the part where
pushback to me.
I'm talking where you
Oh,
said
you're talking
that
about vetting.
vetting because she was great up until I started dating.
No,
Until I started dating somebody else.
Jedi. Wait, hold on. Like
Same
Jedi,
situation
look
over here,
at
though.
it this way, Jedi. So just suppose I'm walking, right? And I'm walking down a completely black hallway. My shoestrings is untied, and I walk and fall down the stairs.
That ain't believable. You a Ninja Turtle, bro.
Shoestrings didn't have
Ninja Turtles
nothing.
don't fall
Come
down
on,
there.
bro. Can you show some? Bro, this is why I be cussing y'all
No,
out
no,
and
sorry,
be
just keep
threatening
going.
y'all,
No,
bro.
no, just keep going, man.
Y'all
Keep
so
going,
respect
keep
to
going.
everybody but me, man. Y'all wouldn't do that.
Podcast, you say that, but you cut Jedi off.
Man,
I'm sorry.
I
I'm
respectfully cut him off.
I'm sorry.
I said his name and I addressed him.
Sir,
It's
you're talking to me.
different than just
Sir,
starting
you're
to
talking to
talk.
me. You're talking to me. Now I want
Right.
you to keep going with your point of view, okay?
So Jedi, listen to what I'm saying, bro. If I fall down these stairs, my shoestrings, yes, I probably should have tied my shoes, right? But that didn't have anything to do with why I fell. I fell because I was walking down a dark hallway and didn't know I was coming up on stairs. That's kind of how the argument that you make sound. Because yes, the woman did this thing and I didn't know it was coming. You see what I'm saying? That's what it's more like. I didn't know this was coming. My son's mom put me on child support. This is the same woman who wrote a letter to when I was going to child support court for my daughter, who wrote a letter to the judge on that case to say, hey, this dude is in his kid's life. And even when he ain't had money, he was able to borrow money, get money. I've been there. I helped him take care of his kid. Like if this woman is saying at all that he ain't taking care of his kid, she lying. And
Well,
then
I
he still turned around
understand the point you're
several
making.
years later and
I understand the point of view you're making. I
so
want to make
let me
this
say
very
this,
clear.
let me say this, and I'm gonna let you rock because
Okay,
I want to.
sorry.
My thing is this: most of the guys that I know that are on child support, they not on child support because they wasn't in their kid's life. You see what I'm saying? So that's less about
Big
vetting. It's less about vetting because most people put on their Sunday's best when you first meet them.
Right,
And then
absolutely.
after a while, and once they feel like you ain't going nowhere, they get comfortable, and then they start showing you all of this stuff that you did not know exists. So even though I would agree with you, I would say what you're saying just doesn't apply to the majority.
No.
Why I think
I
black
understand
men
what
wants
you're.
to push back.
I understand what you're saying, but my thing is that with that point, I can also make the argument that you took a risk, which then you got the negative aspect that came with that risk, which is either going that dark hallway. You didn't know who was in there waiting for you to stab you from behind. You didn't know who was in there.
That's true.
Might have been an animal in there, and just like in a
That's a good
relationship,
point.
when you give your heart to somebody, you also lead to a risk of heartbreak. This a lot of women get themselves in situations too. So I don't want to be coming from a naive perspective. I'm just saying that I'm just tackling the point of view, just making sure that I see a lot of people just making poor decisions and not thinking clearly. That's what that's what I'm talking about. When I'm hearing your stories, I don't want to make this very clear. I'm not belittling what you or Black Man Unfiltered are going through. You already know my perspective on that. But my thing about this is that a lot of these situations that you see a lot of people complain about is that they're not making rational decisions that get them to this situation. Now with yours, that's called a risk factor, which then that goes a bigger thing of how do we tackle that issue? What's the alternative? If we're saying that, okay, they have the ability to do this, then what do we do? Do we take do we remove that bullet and so they won't put that round in the chamber to shoot at us, to attack us in the point of view when they want to get one up on us when they lost.
Why do they want to anyway? You see what I'm saying? Like
when
he was getting his child support.
That's human nature. That's human nature.
No,
You have
Jedi, you know why it's
take
not?
it.
Wait, but you know why it's not? Because Black Man just said, and I know a guy that fought for custody of his kid. He did the same thing. When they was asked if they wanted child support, they said no.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
But I understand what you're saying. But even then, we talk about child support. Even like you have to understand that the American court system, whatever, it's not based on morality. It's not based on morality. It's the same thing. Like lead attorney said, this us lawyers, we're not moral. We're seeing what we can get you out of you. Like even when some person does not want to pursue child support, the lawyer like no, put him on child support. What job you work? What other income he can have? Because that's their job is to make sure as you being the client so you can get the greatest incentive so one they can get paid. That's the thing. So I think I understand what you're talking about. I'm just saying that in this system we're talking about, I like what's the alternative of actually tackling that issue so way that we won't see a lot of men put in that predicament, because it is. I mean, you're fucked. Like no, the pain is simple. You know,
that's
Jedi,
true.
You know what I mean? So yeah,
Jedi, I totally 100% see where you come from, and the thing is, it's gonna have to be. First of all, hold on. Let me apologize to my little podcast. I interrupted you earlier. I was, talking shit while you were trying to make a point, and I don't want you to feel like I'm belittling you, or you're the only one being disrespected or anything like that. I didn't mean it, bro. Like, I got the utmost respect for you, my brother. You know what I'm saying? Love and respect, bro. Like, not like off top, and Jedi Mike, bro.
No doubt.
Like I'm really proud of the dude that Jedi Mike is. He's the type of man that needs to be the prototype of black men going into the modern man. Jedi Mike needs to
I ain't gonna say all that. He got some
modern
little
man.
bitty ears.
He's a very smart man, very
I mean, facts. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. You're right. You brought an old school like joke. He was like, "Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got
Can you
the
hear me?"
jumbo joint.
Look, he's a young dude who's
Billy.
very determined and is very headstrong and is super intelligent. And I respect the hell out of him. And but let me speak on that point that you were talking about, Mike. That we're gonna have to change policy to change behavior. We're gonna have to incentivize. First thing we're gonna have to do is change this whole thing about what we have in our house. Like you know that there's such a things as like possessed items, and you can bring that into your house and it can cause chaos within your house. You know what I mean? Like there's something that's out there that's demonized, and then you bring it into your house, and then everybody in your house gets possessed by this item. It was cursed. It was a cursed item. And there's a lot of politicians that put cursed items in our house. Right. If you get what I'm trying to say.
I understand what you're saying, but I need an example.
Look, if you choose, you don't have to bring it in your house. You don't have to choose to bring it in. A lot of our women chose to bring welfare into our community. Chose to bring child support into our community. Now. Chose to bring a lot of shit in our house that is poisonous to the whole community. Mm-hmm. You get what I'm saying? Now you get what I mean?
I disagree, but go ahead.
I disagree totally with that.
I
understand what you're saying.
I understand what you're saying, right?
Hey, Billy, let me answer this one.
Hold on, I'm not finished making my point though.
Go ahead.
All right,
go ahead.
So, once you realize that there's certain demons out there that are politicians that have intention on sucking shit out of our community. There was a dude. I said this on another podcast. I'm not sure if it's this one.
Demons of the white man.
Hoover set a lot of things in place.
I told you the white man was coming. I told you he was coming.
I can tell you some black ones too. I can show you some black.
Billy, why did you have to prove this man?
I told you he was coming.
First of all, I'm not worried about Dusto.
I would hate Dusto. You know what? If Dusto got treated any kind of way by white people, he wouldn't tell us.
I'm hearing you, Billy. Like Billy,
hey, go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm trying to stay with you, Billy. I'm like,
hey, Billy, go ahead.
Small ears trying to stay with you. Keep going.
Please listen. Dusto's just trying to distract from what I'm trying to talk about.
No, go ahead. My apologies for cutting you off. I had to say that though. Go ahead. My apologies.
But what I'm trying to say is that there's fingerprints on things that are in our house that have demons' fingerprints on them. Like this came from somebody who had ill intention on us. And they put it there because guess what? We gonna bite on it.
There you go, Dusto.
We need something.
I ain't staying for y'all. Bring me a welfare and child support, please.
You know what?
Okay.
So my apologies.
So your point is
no. Hold on. I'll explain it.
White America is dissolved from all crimes and all penalty punishment.
No, they got the same problem.
Nothing to do with the situation that we're in.
No, I'm responding. Go ahead.
Slavery was a choice, 100% choice. We got on the boats our damn self. Nobody pulled us up there. You know, you're right, Dusto.
I'll explain it.
If you want to do that, If you want to dissolve people of their crimes and not literally, because look, there's things that are done in this world that we do and are arrested for that they do and are not. Dispensaries. You ever heard of them?
You just proved one of my point, but I was going to answer the other question.
All right, but
I'll make it real quick too. Check it out.
Go ahead.
You're talking about child support. You're talking about welfare and all this stuff. At the end of the day, what's better, a man or child support and welfare?
But
the
that
women
you
who
proving
pick these things, they
my
lose.
point now.
All right, you missed what I just
staying
said.
with you. I'm lost in the woods.
You
right now.
responded to the comment,
said.
right, Dusto?
No, you missed what I just said. The woman has an option. A man making 40, 80, 160,000, or a welfare check. Any woman that picks the welfare check, she loses. She doesn't win. It's not an incentive.
No,
they lose.
It's immediate gain. It's immediate.
No, they don't gain anything. They
don't
lose
gain $40,000. No, they don't gain $40,000 right then and there. What they do gain is a guaranteed check.
What do you think a man is?
Not a guaranteed
with a job,
check.
who's already paying all the
So you
paying
a
most of the
guaranteed
bill.
check, Dusto? Women should look at you as a guaranteed check.
If she
Dusto
can't
is
see
a
that, then what is
guaranteed
she
check.
doing?
A lot of men ain't.
If she can't see that, and I've been paying my own bills for the last 20 years.
A lot of dudes is not you. Can we agree? You just like we tell Anton all the time. A lot of dudes ain't you.
Right. That's
no.
So let me say this. Let me pull this shit.
I can't pay my own rent.
Hold on.
Don't mean a lot of dudes is.
Check the hose.
Like I
Hey,
said,
let me pull it back in. Let me pull it back in. Hold on.
Pay bills,
One mic. Listen.
the host.
I want to welcome my guy just came in here, man. I want to welcome him to the show, Driscoll TV. What's going on, my guy?
No, Billy, I rock with you. You're good.
Hey, so what I want to do is
Hey, please be quiet. Please be quiet.
Don't have no respect for the host.
But what I want to do is, I want to get everybody final thoughts. We'll do 30 seconds. All of us got to get them go to work. I know I got to go get the bag in the morning. So I know a lot of you guys got to get them and go get the bag in the morning as well. So I want to get everybody's final thoughts or whatever. But I do want Driscoll to come in, give us his perspective, and then we'll get everybody's final thoughts, and then we're gonna be peace. All right, we'll see y'all on Friday on Barbershop Talk. Y'all want to have that conversation, Billy? Come on Friday. You can have it on Friday. Yeah. Absolutely.
He ain't gonna be here. He gonna be over there on somebody else's platform.
Black man, my bad.
He don't rock with us like that for real.
I love you, bro.
Right,
Billy
no
over here
problem,
because he's bored.
Driscoll, what's going on, my guy?
What's up, fam? Yeah, I'm gonna be real quick. I don't really got much of a dog in the fight on the child support thing. Like I'm mixed on how I feel about it. I mean, on one end, it's being spoken about like women are getting check that they're just like living off of through it. When, if I'm not mistaken, I think the average child support check is like $400 to $600 a month. I mean, hardly enough to live off of. I know that depends on your income. So I'm kind of swinging more on Dusto's side against, you know what I mean, just completely attacking that more so than our responsibility to choose who we mate with and preferably marry first. I know that's not an end all. And then on my brother Billy's point, where he was saying that, you know, we shouldn't absolve white people. And, you know, I just don't understand how we find a way to tie slavery into everything. Because if we all the way honest, you know, we got this narrative that white man just
policy, not slavery.
Let him rock. Go ahead.
To be clear, you said, do we absolve white people of everything? Do we act like slavery didn't happen, like they didn't drag us over here? Did you not?
I did, but that's not all what I said, though.
Absolutely. So yeah, and I'm just referencing that because we use that a lot to try to absolve ourselves of things. When the reality is, if we're gonna go there, it was black folks that sold us into slavery. Right, but it was black folks that sold us into slavery. This was a world issue, and not just a white on black issue. You know, that doesn't make it right, but it's just the reality of it. And I just think that today we're talking about a lot of big things, but all the way back to the abortion issue, I think it all goes back to personal responsibility. And we, in that regard, definitely should not be killing no babies out here. I think marriage, families, getting back to the way that we saw things prior to 1960, when 80% of us was married, will correct a lot of the issues we see in today. And I'm gonna just keep it at that.
All right, man. Appreciate you for coming on, man. Just go TV. All right, we're gonna do ladies first. Queen Smiley, can we get your final thoughts, sweetheart? And then we'll go to Shorty Doo-Wop, and then we go our little podcast, Dusto, Jedi Mike, and Billy. Go ahead.
Sure. Shout out to the real dads out there that don't have to be forced to do what they need to do. So we true queens and real women appreciate you and your efforts. We can't control, that we just have some ignorant people out there. But my final thoughts on Roe versus Wade, of course, the hype and everything that's going on, the outrage, I'm not that personally concerned, mainly because I'm done having kids. And of course, I've always chose life. But I do understand that individuals have their own, ideas and things, that they make choices for. But then we also have to also consider that some women ain't built to be mothers. Some fathers ain't built to be fathers. And then there's a bigger picture that's out there, of course, like Mandrell Infoman was saying, the fact that the government is being able to make these decisions or overturn these decisions. That's one of the bigger things that we need to be taking of notice. And it's not one size fits all kind of issues or problems to be solved. There's so many factors that we can put into play that we have to correct as a people. One, with our individual selves, and then two, in those that are initially around us. We need to create a bigger voice so we can speak some of these things to create change. But for certain, we have to guard our hearts, our ears, our minds, our spirits. God didn't give us the spirit of fear, but a power of love and of a sound mind. So we all need to start using our sound mind in making some of these decisions that we're making in life that affects the next generations to come. Those are my thoughts, and y'all be blessed.
All right, Mandrell.
Oh, final thoughts. Okay, cool. Well, listen, I don't ever.
This nigga got COVID.
You don't hear me debating this whole topic. I mean, I told y'all earlier, I'm pro-choice. I'm kind of indifferent on the issue because, I mean, we got the death penalty, and to me, taking human life, there's no difference. Taking human life is taking human life, unless your life is being threatened. You know what I mean? The rest of it, it's all the same. If it's a self-defense, that's one thing altogether entirely. But whether it's abortions because you just don't want to have a kid right now, which is out of convenience, or you got the death penalty. I mean, you're gonna kill somebody when you didn't even try to rehab them. So
I got a random question real quick, and this is just me. So what happens if I don't go to bed on time? I start thinking random thoughts and I say stupid, kind of silly stuff. But so a plan B. Mm-hmm. Someone mentioned earlier, I think one of the governors mentioned earlier, that a plan B pretty much is abortion. Is that the same thing of pulling out and skeeting on the sheets? Because no. I mean, the men, hear me out. Because without a male donation, a woman can't do nothing.
Correct.
Look at Jedi Mike's face. Like, what?
Because a lot of people are aware of this.
I beg your pardon?
Plan B.
Here's the thing, Mike. She is correct that without a male donation, a woman can't do anything. But
no, wasn't that point?
But is Plan B? Hold on. The thing is Plan B an abortion? The answer is no. It is not an abortion. Because it's the thing. Here's the thing. Once you take Plan B, how do you know if you're pregnant or not? You don't. Right. It just flushes everything. That's not the same thing. It just flushes everything out. You know what I'm saying? So no, Plan B is not an abortion. Now you're gonna get some. Now here's the thing. The good white Christians are gonna try to convince the general populace that it is. Just to suit their narrative. But
did you just bring the white man into this, Mandrell?
No, I didn't bring the white man into it. No, I didn't.
That's not fully correct, though. Real quick to make a point on that.
Bro, stop trolling.
We are ending the show. Mandrell? We are ending the show.
Thank you.
No. Hold on. Queen Smiley. What time do you normally go to bed?
Damn.
Child, I lay down by 9:30-ish. I start kind of winding down.
Gotcha. That's why. Here's the question.
Real quick, I wanted to answer the question. In regards to Plan B, It's not that in and of itself, it's an abortion pill. The issue is that after an egg is fertilized, the way Plan B works, it will still prevent that egg from implanting onto the uterine wall. That's why it can result in abortion.
My educated brother.
Well, it's not an abortion. The woman does that if that's the case, a woman gives an abortion every month.
Go ahead.
Essentially.
It's the same thing. You know what I'm saying? So you just sped up the process. That's all you do with the Plan B.
Fertilized eggs.
Hey, final thoughts.
I wasn't done giving mine. Thank you very much.
Hell, you went into a whole nother segment.
I didn't know. That's the question.
Okay, go ahead.
That was me. That was me.
That's the question.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mandrell.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, I don't. Like I said, I don't debate this topic. It comes down to, personal choice, because essentially the embryo is in the woman's body, and it is her body. If she wants to make a choice to do it, she's gonna. The thing is, people are gonna get abortions whether they're legal or not, either in some doctor's office or a back alley. They're going to do it. Like, people are going to do drugs. Nothing you can do about it. So, while some people think they shouldn't be, it's not right, or whatever the case may be, fine, then don't get one. It's not for you. It's not something I would choose for myself, but I'm not going to tell a woman that she can't do it either, and I never would try to put anything like that into law, even if I could. It's their choice. I mean, if it's not happening to you, mind your own business. That's my thoughts.
Black man, I'm a little late getting here. If I could just have 10 seconds. He said one thing I just want to correct, because he asked, what's the difference? He used the example that we have capital punishment, aka the death penalty. The death penalty is specifically for people who have committed crimes. That's a horrible comparison to use with abortion, because these are the most innocent people on the face of the earth. That's
not horrible at all. Like I said, my perspective, again, I'm a different type of animal. I'm okay. I'm perfect. I'm a person who's okay operating with the mentality of acceptable losses. I've had to do so as a profession.
That would be the equivalent of comparing me killing someone in self-defense to me killing someone first-degree murder. The two obviously.
No. Did you kill him again? Did you kill him?
Correct.
You did. But what's the difference? The person's still dead.
Interesting. All right. Well, I'm gonna rock out on that one.
All right. It's a little podcast. Your final thoughts?
It's not about morality. That's what I'm saying. My answer is not about morality. It's practicality.
Little podcast.
You stupid. My final thoughts are gonna be to what Driscoll said, right?
You don't have time to long stroke. Get to it.
Oh, really?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I see.
Move along.
So,
10,
what
9,
think about the child support issue,
8,
right? How much did you
7,
say the average child support was,
6,
Driscoll? Why you gotta be
4,
rude,
5,
bro? Don't do that, bro.
4.
Don't do that, bro. Because if you're not gonna do it to anybody else, and then we're gonna really have a problem, bro. Driscoll,
1.
How much did you say the average child support was?
That's dope. Go ahead. That's dope.
$400 to $600 a month, according to what I'm understanding.
Okay, so the average black man makes about $41,000 a year. $41,000 a year. After taxes, that's $2,500 a month. So if you just say the max, which is $600, take that away, that will leave them with $1,900. Is that enough money for you to survive off of? Yes or no?
Possibly, but I do see your point.
Okay, so that's all I really wanted to address was that part, man. Black man, thank you so much for having me. And just in case anybody didn't understand what I was doing right there, I was just addressing that the issue.
So are you saying that if you're poor, you shouldn't have to take care of your kids?
No, sir. Please don't project. Don't project. It was
Okay.
just basically what I was saying was the issue is less about whether or not the women are surviving about it, but what it's actually doing to the men. Because they insert this child support into your life without even talking to you about it.
Right. It's a small percentage based on your income, though.
But what I'm trying to tell you is that they don't. That's what I'm trying to tell you. When I got my child support, it came in the mail and was like, this is how much you got to pay. And
that means you didn't go to court. You didn't go to court.
Right. But how is it that they were able to let me know?
It's a responsibility issue. It's a responsibility issue, bro.
How is it a responsibility issue if you
would have went to court? It would have been based on your income.
time out. Stop trying to win and listen to what I'm saying. How can I go to a court
supposed to be
date?
Final words. How the argument?
How can I go to a court date that I don't know about?
How did you not know?
That's my point. See, you ain't gonna answer that question or ask it because you just want to be on against the men for points or whatever. I guess or whatever. I don't know why, but that's the point. Why wouldn't I? How is it possible that I knew about the child support after I had already owed, but I didn't know about the court date? Make that
great closing arguments,
you
guys.
didn't take a
Great
paternity
closing
test or
arguments.
nothing.
We're gonna go ahead.
You didn't take a paternity test or nothing.
Go ahead, Dusto.
So salute to Black Man. Salute to Black Man Unfiltered Network.
Appreciate
Thanks
you,
for
brother.
having me, bro. Appreciate you, bro. Hey,
right,
Driscoll, we finna holler though.
All right, Dusto, go ahead.
Bro.
Yeah, final words. I didn't get to finish what I was saying earlier, but I'll make it quick. The vetting and they're trying to work on yourself as far as protecting yourself in your marriage and situation with you can only control about 90 to 95% of it. There's a small percentage you can't really control. But most of the people are ending up in this situation. So look at the men, find out what they're doing is wrong, and don't do it. Don't go and be raw dog running. And women, vet your woman properly. Ask the right questions, see how they really move. Go find the people who've been married 10, 15, 25 years. Ask yourself, is the woman that you're dealing with, does she act like these women over here, or does she act like them dustos that we complain about every day? And last, the small point I was trying to make was this. A man in the house, guidance, leadership, provision, protection, babysitting of the kids, an extra car, all these resources, plus his salary. If a woman is saying, I just want to leave and go be on welfare with a check of only $800 a month, if she feels like that's better than having a man in the house or a husband or a relationship, what the hell kind of woman are we dealing with out here? It's not better, and it's not an incentive. It's an incentive.
I'm not going to argue with you. We're not going to do what they just did.
Okay. No, that was just my whole point.
I appreciate you, Dusto.
Yeah, that's all I got.
The Jedi Mike.
Okay, my turn. Okay, cool. No, I just sitting with this issue again. I'm not trying to reiterate some of the points that were made. I just kind of came in with this conversation, just the fact that I challenge, people to look from this this issue from a very mature perspective. And what I mean by that is just that instead of kind of arguing about, whether it's right or wrong with the Roe v. Wade, or also just how we got to the situation Roe v. Wade, or just accept the fact that we are here. I challenge people to actually come in this issue and actually look at what's the bigger picture. The bigger picture is that we are being distracted as a people. We're still in the middle of a fucking war. Gas prices still going high. Inflation still going up. And yet we're also, ironically, about less than 6 months away from the midterm elections. And you think that this is not a polarizing issue to talk about that might go to another certain political party to feed their narrative. They have to find something, and we just hand it to them. So I just encourage, people to look at this and just realize that, the bigger picture of this minutia of us, how our culture is reacting to this right now, and not try to react this so recklessly, but also just be patient as we have more information coming from this, as we we're seeing contraceptive being a little bit restricted. I just challenge people to have more mature conversations with each other, and also give each other grace. But thank you for having me.
Appreciate you, Doc. Billy the Kid already went, right?
No, I
well, you left and Snoop Dogg came back as what's the dude name? Spending most of our life. Coolio. Damn.
Nah.
Billy the Kid.
It's good. I'm not gonna take up everybody's time. I just 100% agree with Jedi Mike. That's it.
Man, I appreciate you, brother. Driscoll, give me your final thoughts, my guy.
Great show. Appreciate you taking the time to discuss this difficult topic that a lot of people shy away from. I think it's very important for the community to dive into these issues, man. So keep at it.
All right, man. Appreciate it. Hey, listen, man. I appreciate you guys. I'll be with you guys in just a second. I do want to say thank everybody for coming out tonight, man, and having the conversation. Sometimes it ain't easy. Sometimes we're gonna say stuff that we regret later. Sometimes we're gonna bump heads, but at the end of the day, man, we find a way back to each other, man, and we're back to being brothers and sisters. So for the people that can do that, everybody is not able to have a disagreement and then get back to loving on each other. So I appreciate the people that do have that level of maturity. So I thank you guys for coming tonight. I thank you guys for sticking in. Now, tomorrow night, I do want you guys to tune in to Unapologetic with Mandrell and Shushu. They'll be on tomorrow night at 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. Also tomorrow at 7, we have 1-in-1 Sports Show on the Black Man Unfiltered Network. With Shawnee, and he'll be hosting that tomorrow, and that'll be on at 7:00 p.m. Central Standard Time. So if you're talking sports and you love sports, come at 7. If you really want to have that deep conversation with Mandrell and Shushu, come at 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. And on Friday, we have an all-man panel when we walk into our barbershop. We're going to have barbershop conversation. All right. So I appreciate you guys. You guys have been a blessing. Thank you everybody for the super chats. Thank you for the cash apps. That was generous of you guys tonight as well, sitting in those cash apps. I really, really appreciate you guys. That does not go unnoticed. If it wasn't for you guys, I would not be here. So I appreciate everything that you guys are doing for the channel. Last but not least, guys, continue to love on each other. Do something nice for someone. If you can't find anyone to do anything nice for, then do something nice for yourself, because self-care is the best care. A lot of the time, we don't take care of ourselves. And if you can't take care of yourself and love yourself, you're pouring from a glass that's half full. You're not able to pour into anybody else. So guys, take care of yourself. Take care of your family. Wives, if you're beefing with your husband, go kiss your husband on the jaw. Wake him up. Tell him how much you love him. You never know. He may not wake up tomorrow. Husbands, go kiss your wives and tell your wife, hey, I love you. Because you never know. She may not come home tomorrow. Go kiss your children. Go call your children. Call somebody that you love so much but you can't talk to because you're into it so much. And ask them for forgiveness or ask to be forgiven. We're living in a time where people are dropping like flies every day. The healthy are dying of heart failure. So I'm asking guys that you love the people that are in your circle and love the people that are not in your circle. Just love people, and that's the day the world will change. All right, this has been Black Man Unfiltered, Talk That Talk Tuesday. I love you guys, and we'll see you guys on Wednesday. And we out. Peace.